We live, yeah, man. Shalom, shalom, shalom to all the sincere up came out there, man. Back out here another day. Prophesy against this wicked kingdom. Giving double honors to all the elders and the apostles of great millstone and all the elect out there, the 144,000.
Kala Yahweh Hashem Yahweh.
Kala Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh. Yeah, man. So, get Jeremiah, start with that one. Jeremiah chapters 30 and 7. And see where the Spirit takes us.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30, verse 7. It says, Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it.
Yeah, that time, talking about Jacob's trouble, man. Yeah, but we're in that time now, man. You know, Abarazah. Stay locked in, and Abarazah we will endure to the end. Read that again.
Jeremiah 30 and 7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it.
Yeah, so we're aware of the time we're living in. This is Jacob's trouble. And we're also aware, if we endure to the end, he that endures to the end, the same shall be saved. Yeah, Matthew 24:13. He that endures to the end, the same shall be saved, man. So that's the motivation that we have to keep us motivated. Because we don't enter into anybody into a race. I think that's in Hebrews chapter 12. Get Hebrews chapter 12 up. And we should go and break that down. Because, yeah. Let me get Hebrews chapter 12. Yeah, you start with verse 1. Second Hebrews chapter 9. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you start from the top of Hebrews chapter 12. It's going in the spirit right now, you know.
This is Hebrews 12 and 1. Wherefore, seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which doth so easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us.
Yeah, let us lay aside every weight, man. Because this system, this is not our rest, man. Yeah. You know, this is not our rest. So Satan's trying us. He's trying us with various things. He knows where to what's the word, man? He knows us weak spots. Yeah. You know, as far as us getting out here every Saturday, pushing this truth. You know, brothers have their individual trials to get here every Saturday. You know, we just have to deal with a certain something, and we all dealt with it. You know, caught into the spirit. So that's pleasing to the Most High. Hebrews chapter 12. Let me find it as well. Hebrews chapter 12 on the top. Yeah. Read 2.
Hebrews 12 and 2. Looking unto Yahweh Shai, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross.
Yeah, so we're looking to Yahweh Shai. Now we know, we've got the Pesach coming up. We know what that's a you might say an immediate goal to work towards. Yeah. And we're growing in appreciation every year, man. And I'll speak for myself that I'm growing every year with appreciation. The fact that what he did for us, man, collectively as a people and individually, you know. So yeah, we know we went through Deuteronomy 28. Which, for the most part, that's the generational curses. But get Deuteronomy 30 and 7. We're gonna come back to we're just kind of we're jumping around a little bit. I'll see what the spirit
Precept upon precept.
Precept upon precept. But we're gonna come back to Hebrews 12. Yeah, hold that.
This is the book of Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 7. And the Lord thy power will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee.
Yeah, so the curses are still on us. Yeah. They're still on us, the generational curses. But when you look back, collectively as a people, years ago, being out here, what would have done, say even 10 years ago, what we went through just to be able to speak about this word, get out, bring this word out. And we went through a lot, and the Most High blessed us through what we had to go through. To keep pushing this word day in and day out, putting out the videos on the highways and the byways. You speak to the elders, they got stories. The elders, the officers, our nearby elders, they got stories that we're gonna hear them in due time. But then you got the elders, the elders and apostles. It's always good to remember, man, to reflect and remember what the elders did. What's the word? Pioneered for us to be able to be out here, man. Our elders. Ultimately, Yahushua, we put the spirit on them to do that. But it goes into that. Is it Leviticus or Surah 44? Honor those elders. We honor them. That's why when we come out and we say, give double honors to all our elders and apostles, teaching us the truth. And they did teach the truth, but they had to undergo a lot, individually and collectively ourselves. When we get in a taste of it, when we get back to Hebrews 12. But those curses are now coming off of us through the Spirit of the Lord, for the power and the Spirit of the Lord. Then that's why we give Him glory, man. Yeah, the Pesach's coming around. We've lived another year, and we can look back. We're gonna get together, and we're gonna what's the word, man? Collaborate together, reflect individually and collectively what He did for us, man. And Abu Azar we endured to the end, Oh no, I really have.
This is 1 Timothy 5 verse 17. Let the elders that rule well be counted worthy of double honor, especially they who labor in the word and doctrine.
Yeah. So when you start watching brothers and you start seeing brothers, in some cases that have been around before, start to neglect that, that they're going down the wrong. Second, they're going down the wrong path, man. They're going down the wrong path. It's not going to end up well for them unless they repent. Because we've seen, in the likes of me, I ain't been in this too long, but we've seen one door open already and closed already, and it never ends up well. But let's get back to Hebrews. Hebrews chapters 12 and 2. Being that I've got the Pesach on my mind a little bit, so we're just going to go into some of what Yahushua went through.
Hebrews 12 and 2. Looking unto Yahushua, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross.
Yeah, he endured, man. These what we're going through. We can't compare. Nothing compares to what Yahushua went through, what he had to endure. And one of the elders was going into that. He wanted to get down then, but he wants to get our elder apostle Gabar. He wanted to get busy then, but he really gonna get busy this time around. He's gonna get busy when he returns. Get some of those precepts of Yahushua coming back, returning. We're focusing on Yahushua's return. But he wanted to get down then. What happened to him when they pierced him, the two soldiers, and he said, "Boy, man," And what Pilate, what happened to him when they shoved the thorns on his head, right? When he wanted to get down there, that's him, John.
Got a quick precept.
All right.
Revelation 1 and 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds,
right,
and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him.
Right. And yeah, so every eye shall see him, man. Every eye shall see him. We see the chariots now, and we happy to see them. When they give us little glimpses, what we call orbs or anomalies, and it's just a little glimpse that the Most High is giving us to boost our faith. But yeah, man, carry on reading. Read on.
It says, and all kindred of the earth shall wail because of him, even so, amen.
Yeah, they're going to wail, man. When he returned, Yahushua, we're going to see what 2nd Ezra 13, he broke it down. He broke it down in that throughout the whole of the chapter. He broke it down. And what did he say? I was afraid, man, when he saw it. He couldn't see it from the beginning of the chariot to the end of the chariot.
This is Isaiah chapter 31 verse 4. For thus hath the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey. When a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him, he will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for the Mount Zion and for the hill thereof.
That reminds me of when the angels came. Right, we talk about seeing chariots. We talk about seeing chariots, right? Putting things in perspective. But there was times when there was interactions with chariots. Currently, recent history, but then you got another one. If I may be allowed to find it, I'm going to find it. It's second. That spirit led us into the chariots. The book of Maccabees. I think it's either first Maccabees or second Maccabees. Chapters 10. Yeah, what you got?
Isaiah 31 verse 4.
Read it again.
This is Isaiah 31 verse 4. For thus hath the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey, when a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him. He will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for Mount Zion and for the hill thereof.
Just to put my mind back in perspective. Yeah, man. So Yahushua, when he returned, man, going to be like a lion, his second return. Yeah, he's not like a lamb when he first came. He's described as that lamb, that meek lamb. And they persecuted him. He went through all kinds of things. All right, calm.
Next verse, Isaiah 31 verse 5. As birds flying, so will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending also, he will deliver it, and passing over, he will preserve it.
Yeah, so let's get into this, man. You know, Second Maccabees chapters 5. Yeah, is it the one? Let me see.
Bring out chariots, if I may. This is Isaiah 66 and 15. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire.
Yeah, that's exactly it, man. When he returns, man, he's gonna come with fury, man. He's angry, man. He wanted to get down then. All what he went through, he goes into that in Isaiah 50, 53. Let's go back to Hebrews. Go back to Hebrews and we'll cover it about 52 Isaiah 53.
This is the book of Hebrews 12. Do you want me to start verse 2 again?
Yeah, go back to 2.
Hebrews 12 and 2. Looking unto Yahushua, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of the Most High.
Yeah, so he put aside shame. He put aside that pride. You know, put that which is in the flesh, man. You know. Read on.
Hebrews 12 and 3. For consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners against himself, lest ye be wearied and faint in your minds.
Yeah, we've got to endure contradiction, naysayers, scoffers, people that hate the fact that we're out here, you know, directly. Sometimes they come out directly, but we know it's always there seething beneath the surface, that hatred. Yeah. For and consider him that endured such contradictions of sinners. Yeah, brothers have to, brothers get the scoffers on the comment board, which that's died down a bit now. Because of I believe through the Spirit is what happened with the sea hit. Around late 2019. Those previous years, March 21 and around it, I believe. Since then, everything has died down as far as scoffing and people coming out directly and expressing their being them true selves. Because the Most High jacked a lot of them up as well. That year Jacob's trouble, this is that hopeful year of Jacob's trouble. Yeah, and it's building up momentum. The XL dogs, them, There was a recent one, because they was talking about XL dogs all last year, like late last year, early this year, saying that they're so dangerous that they're becoming illegal. And now there's been an incident where a woman over got Nyama, Sussex, Essex. Woman was in her 60s. Now, what you call that? Spirit created for vengeance, man. Yeah. We don't mind all of that. Because the Most High, what did he say when we came out of Egypt? Stand still and you shall see the salvation of the Lord. We don't have to do nothing, until when they come in like a flood. But at this moment in time, all we got to do is wait there upon me until I rise up to the prey. So yeah, that was a recent incident. That's one of the most recent ones. There's more when you dig deeper. There's something about dogs that there's something about them dogs, man. They could be a friend. What do they say, man? Dog is a man's best friend. Boy, but when the Most High put the Spirit of the Lord on them, your best friend could be a spirit created for vengeance. And I've seen incidents. I've seen people get yam up, chew up. Funny enough, funny enough. But people still say, oh, no, it's all right. Stroke it, put it on your lap and it's all right. They will never harm you. Let it go around the babies. It's all right. And even incidents come out, like the recent one, woman getting yam up, they couldn't put that. They couldn't put it, everything out there. But we know what's going on,
If I may just add to your point, I remember reading quite a few articles actually. One in particular, not too long ago, there was a woman who had owned dogs for years, and she had about 3 dogs, and she had them for many years. All of a sudden one day they just turned on her, and they ended up killing her. They, as you say, yam her up in her own home, and she wasn't expecting that. She thought that, oh yeah, these are my dogs, I love them, whatever. But the Most High put the Spirit on them to just one day snap, and all 3 of them just tore her to shreds.
Yeah, that's I should make your fears turn on them. Was that in Isaiah? Someone find that. I should send their delusions against them. Bring out your precept while you're looking for that.
This is Sirach 39 and 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them.
Yeah, reminds me of what happened in Egypt, man. The 10 plagues. Now they're talking about flash floods, flash floods. Over in there's certain places where there's tornadoes and hurricanes where they've never seen them there. Certain places in LA, in certain states, they've never seen it before in their life. So how are you gonna come and say, well, it's all happened from the creation, from the beginning? It's always been there. Now the Most High is turning up. This is definitely Jacob's trouble, man. People are getting deleted. I shall send their delusions upon them, their own delusions, which is their what? I'm going to look at the word delusion. Bring it out.
This is Isaiah 66 verse 4. It says, I also will choose their delusions and will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer, and when I spake, they did not hear, but they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not.
Read that again.
Yeah, Isaiah 66 verse 4 once again. It says, I also will choose their delusions and will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer, and when I spake, they did not hear, but they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not.
Look up the word, go into the word. Blue letter. Certain words I just want to get into them. The word H856086. Word delusion. Vexation, in the Strongs. Wantonness, vexation, the online biblical. Fit, vexation, consequently a tyrant delusion. Alright. A fit. If you've ever seen anybody have an epileptic fit, I'm going to look up the word now. Read the precept again, or anybody just read the precept.
Want to break it down as well?
Yeah.
Once again, Isaiah 66 and verse 4, it says, I also will choose their delusions and will bring their fears upon them. Because when I called, none did answer, and when I spake, they did not hear. But they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not. So yeah, this is the recompense for disobeying the will of the Heavenly Father. He can give you over to your fears. And who puts those fears in you in the first place? The Most High. You know, a lot of people have phobias. They might have a phobia of snakes or spiders, or you know, or a phobia of what do they call it? When someone goes up really high, they get vertigo and shit like that.
Yeah, phobias. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so basically I'm saying that the Most High gives you these fears, and He might set it up to where in the end, He gives you over to your worst fear. Like, for example, some people might be afraid of being burnt in a fire. Actually, there's a lot of people who really fear being burnt in a fire. But look what happened to the people in Grenfell Tower, man. The Most High didn't give a damn. He put the judgment upon them. So they had to go out facing their worst fears.
No.
Right. They had to go out facing their worst fears. So the Most High could do that, man. What does the scripture say? Fear not him which can destroy the body, but rather fear him that can destroy both body and soul in hell. The Most High can torment you in ways you couldn't believe, man.
And you kind of, now when I look at it in the Google, kind of puts it a little bit more in perspective. Certain words that Google does, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So in Google it says that false belief or judgment about external reality, right? Deluded, contrary occurring especially in mental conditions. So sometimes it could be mental, just like a phobia. Or I have a fear that if I go there, that's going to happen, and it's just all in your mind. But the most I put it in there,
Exactly.
you know. Or what happened to those Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego when it was in the fire, and then they was protected, and the executioner, he got sealed up.
Yep.
So he didn't have a fear, but the most he definitely made sure that he got a taste of his own medicine, so to speak.
If I may say, that's beautiful, because you know when he woke up that morning,
Yeah.
he thought he was just going to work on another regular work day. Little did he know that his ass would end up being burnt by the furnace, which they tried to throw Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in. And that's actually scriptural, because I believe there's a scripture, it might be in Proverbs 1, where it says, the ditch which they digged, they shall fall into themselves.
Yeah, there's some, I think it's in Proverbs, also in Psalms. He that diggeth the pit shall fall into it. And there might be one in Psalms 34. A couple of them, yeah, but I'll bring some of them out. So we're focusing on Yahushua's return, man. Get into this, because, yeah, they talk about fears and delusions, and we have a fear, right? Well, our fear in perspective, though. Why? Because Yahushua is what? The King of Terrors, man. Bring out the precept.
Habakkuk 3:2. O Lord, I have heard thy speech and was afraid. O Lord, revive the work in the midst of the years. In the midst of the years, make known. In wrath, remember mercy.
Yeah, see? In wrath, remember mercy, man. That's what we pray. More and more and more, just reflecting. Don't necessarily have to be like praying, but praying needs to beseech or to beg in the spirit. Another year, such coming around. Get there, to get home safely, you know. And it's and I remember one thing one of the elders said. One of the elders, elder and apostle said, we celebrate the Pesach. It's something that we do every year, but we do it all year round. And I know he got it from, you know, his elders. I know he got that definitely from his elders, their elders. We do it a yearly thing, but it's definitely something that we do all year round. We got home safely. We came to camp. We made it here safely, man. That we're still in line. Let me get back to Hebrews. Let me let this precept speak. Hebrews, got back to Hebrews chapter 12. Get my mind, you know, in that time, meditating upon what Yahushua went through. As we're building up and drawing closer and closer. And if anybody's got any precepts, you know, you can add.
Yeah. So Hebrews 12, I'll start from 3. For consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners against himself.
Yeah, man, because that's what we're talking about. Enduring the naysayers, opposition, and the more I put in the spirit on us as well. Abarazar, you know, the more we pray about it, the more you think about it, Yahushua, what you went through. Because we saw right through what happened, you know, before camp. We saw right through it. It's not like we you know, we're not veterans, but we know some stuff now. We've learned from certain mistakes that we may have made back in the days, and we see through folly and insincerity. Yeah. So for consider him that endured such contradictions of sinners, ultimately Yahushua is our teacher. Yeah, that Holy Spirit, man. He said he's going to send us that comforter. You know, against himself. I think it was last week we were talking about role models. Yeah. Who's the ultimate role model, man? And who is deserving to be our king? Right? That's our king, man. And I ain't gonna get passionate, you know, but I'm gonna be definitely in my feelings a little bit, getting nearer and nearer. You know, in my own feelings, drawing closer and closer as time, you know, draws closer and closer to the Pesach. Yeah, such contradiction of sinners, because it wasn't all in vain, man. What he went through, he did it for me. I'm taking it personally. Now, there's some people say, don't take it, but this is one of them things I do take it personally. I take it very personally. For me, for my family, even though my family ain't in the truth, if I'm one of those men, my family get a piece of that too. You know. Anybody got any pieces? We're gonna carry on in Hebrews.
Yeah,
Hebrews 12 and 4.
If I may, that's a good point, because it is personal as well as it being for the whole nation, starting with the elect, but it's personal, because when Yahushua came when he rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, and they were throwing down their garments on the floor, waving the palms, which goes back to the wave offering in the law, they were shouting Hosanna, Hosanna, which in the Hebrew is Yahushua, which means save us. So it's personal as well as a collective thing. So when we observe the Pesach and the Lord's death, deliverance from ancient Egypt, the Lord's death and deliverance of this place, it's a personal thing.
Yeah,
the Lord did it for you, the Lord did it for me, as the brother said, our families, but ultimately, it's for the elect, all Israel, but starting with the elect. So there's 144,000, men, and then, the rest of the elect, right? But Lord willing, we're of that. We account for one. So it's personal.
Yeah, man.
It is very personal.
And any of our, our relatives, what we've seen suffer, we've seen our relatives suffer, the generational curses, before us. They were ignorant of what time it was. We can bring them back, man. As far as, we're going to have mercy on them. They're going to be back in their right mind. So we are those men, even though we took a whole heap of shit, right, for fighting for this truth from them. Yeah, what did Yahushua say? Joseph said, he was sent ahead of his own family so that he could show them mercy. It's similar scenario. Joseph in the Hebrew, what he went through. Yeah, they attempted to do all kinds of things to Yahushua.
What
his wife, he had to go. Sometimes it's good to reflect. We're talking about Yahushua, but also, we've got so many good role models. And our role models, a lot of them, they're not what you look at and say, yeah, they was wealthy, they was rich, and some of them were though. But the example we're looking at, let's get back into this Hebrews, man. Let's get back into Hebrews chapter 12. Going through this.
That's an omen nomen, Yahweh Uk, which means he will add. You know, he's added a lot to like our learning process, man. You know, betrayal, forgiveness, people lying on you, all the things we go through. He went through a lot of it, man. And he along with other prophets and men of the Lord, but he added a lot of like counsel on integrity, man. That lessons we can learn from, today.
Right. Yeah. That's that we call wisdom, because wisdom is the application of knowledge. So when we reflect on our role model, we got a whole heap of them. We're not short. The Most High's hand is not cut short. 2/3, they're there for us to we see what they're doing, and we learn what not to do from the 2/3. That's part of it too.
Just want to say on the topic of role models in the scriptures, there's no situation that can occur in life that you're going to go through that someone hasn't already gone through in the scriptures. Now that shows that the Bible wasn't written by man's hand, because there's certain things in the Bible that you couldn't even come up with in your head. If you used to try and write a storyline, you could never come up with certain plots or plot twists. That shows it's all through the Spirit, man. So the reason is I'm saying that is because the Most High gave us these scriptures, because it says the things that are written aforetime are written for our learning. So this really is instruction in wisdom and how to conduct yourself within this world. So like when it comes down to it, if you're in a situation now where you're like, oh, you can't really say, oh, I don't know what to do. If you don't know what to do, it means you ain't reading the scriptures enough. You ain't studying to show yourself approved. That's enough.
Yeah. Read on where we were. Read back and then go carry on in Hebrews. If anybody got any precepts,
This is Hebrews 12:4. Ye have not yet resisted unto blood, striving against sin, and ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth.
Yeah, let's stop there, man. You're in Hebrews chapter 12 and verse
6.
Yeah, verse 6. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. When we're being chastised, because that's love, and open rebuke as well. That's also love. See, it's about getting things in perspective as well, man. Some of the most loving people. I'm gonna say it, man. The most loving people on this earth is the Most High, the whole way, whole shine. Yeah, his prophets speaking the truth to you. Yeah, open rebuke is better than secret love. So when you get rebuked, reproved, that's the Most High showing love to you. And whether you take it, however you take it, it was still love. Doesn't matter how you take it. Whether you feel it's misguided or whatever the case may be, take it same way. What they say, put it away and save it for a rainy day. Put a little love away and save it for a rainy day. Real talk. So,
you're just gonna add this whole concept of love in this bullshit world. What is it? We're at the 10th of February. We're coming up to so-called Valentine's Day. Where you got people running around with roses and shit trying to buy the affection of women. Now, where in the scriptures does it say love is always gonna feel good? Because if you're talking about despise not the chastening of the Lord, and that really is true love from the Most High towards us, that He chastens us now. But true love, like that, it's not always going to feel good. Like rebuke doesn't feel good in the moment, but really, if you meditate upon it, in the long term, it does you a greater deal of good than to show false love. Like, for example, let's say you've got a child, and the child's being disobedient. You're thinking, oh, I have the child. I'm not going to smack it to discipline it. The child ends up growing up undisciplined, and you can't really rein it in when it's older. So really, you're supposed to show love to your child by disciplining it when it goes wrong. So that's what the Most High is doing unto us. Because what are we? We're the sons of the Most High. So He's putting us through this hell right now so that we can become better men. Now everybody gets the chastening because we're getting it now, but what's going to happen? Those who don't receive it now, they're going to receive it when the chariots come and you start flying. So everybody's got to get that chastening. It's better to get it now and be on the right side of the Lord than to get it later and be on the wrong side of it.
This is Proverbs chapter 22 verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Yeah. We remember things from the things that we when we were younger. You know, when you was as far as from we can really remember. I know certain brothers remember really far back. But yeah, because it's your guidance, man. You know, guide them with your heart, man. Guide them with your heart. What's that? Clash of the Titans. Proverbs chapters 4, I think it's 27. Guide your heart, man. For out of it are the sources of life. Clash of the Titans. When he got all the in Perseus, when he was spoken to, and he was given the shield, the helmet, and the sword. Right? He was told, guide these things with your heart, because they may eventually going to save your lives. And all of those things came into their own, into play. All of the things, the sword, the shield, and the helmet, at their prospective time, at their time when they was needed. And after he needed it, that was it. He discarded them. The shield rendered him, protected him from Medusa.
And against it.
Right? And he was able to off with her head, got up close and personal. But if you've seen Clash of the Titans,
yeah,
1, 2, you know. But and the helmet rendered him invisible. Right? You have to go into all of it. But the sword was able to slice through marble, man. Where do you think they got that from? You understand? That's
sword of the spirit.
Sword of the spirit. Because what can it do, man? Slice through marble. You know, the kidney. Talks about the kidney and the liver. Hebrews chapter 4.
Dividing the joints and the marrow.
And people come up to you and they look at, you know, I ain't gonna say everything, but people be looking at you like they want some kind of confrontation. The Spirit of the Lord jump on you, you just slice them up. Sometimes saying nothing is a cut. You understand? Sometimes saying a soft word, what say a soft word, break his bones. You got precept?
No, I was just going to say, it's about the weapons that Perseus had in Clash of the Titans. It's a similar thing in Star Wars. What is the lightsaber metaphor? The sword of the spirit.
Yeah. You know, sometimes just moving, doing a little move, a little maneuver. You know, in boxing, when they say they call one of the boxers they call him the Matrix. Sometimes it's just a little move, right? And the punch is there, and it's just one little move, and it's like 1 inch away, and it's just a little move like that. You see, that's the same thing with what we're doing sometimes. Just a little move, a little maneuver with the sword. You got precept?
Yeah, you call for this. This is Proverbs 4 and 23. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life.
Yeah, we have to be diligent, man. We're keeping our heart with all diligence. When it says keep your heart, we look into the word, it's guard. So the Most High is giving us that shield, man, the shield of salvation. You know, and yes, it's not even an overstatement to say that sword, that shield, is versatile. You can use it in many instances. Just like when you reflect on what happened with the sword, the shield in Clash of the Titans, and also the sword and the helmet.
2 Corinthians 10 and 4. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through the Most High to the pulling down of strongholds.
Yeah, man, that's why people are getting shook because of this word. Men that can read, men that read books. We read books, man. You know, it's not even about just that either. It's about the Spirit of the Lord, man. The Most High giving us a spirit. You know, the sword. Right? Read that again.
2 Corinthians 10 and 4. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through the Most High to the pulling down of strongholds.
Yeah, so that's why people are so worried. They see their kingdom slipping away. You do a video, you don't think nothing of it, but you brought out precepts. You think, oh, we're just going through the motion, I brought out precepts. That flipping video, it's lucky I don't mean to say like that, but that video is tearing down strongholds, man. Kingdoms. Do your videos. I'm not like a man that's like, you know, as far as like pushing people to do videos, because I ain't, you know, I'm new in it myself, but I've seen the benefits of doing videos.
Yeah.
Abu Ratazar. One a day, if you can do one a day, Abu Ratazar, it's all about, you know, doing what you can do. As time goes on, as we're talking about appreciation, growing in appreciation anyway, you know, and you put it out there, you put out the word of the Lord, that's the main thing, it's the word of the Lord. That's what one of the elders, apostles said, I remember him saying it. The most important thing is sincerity, because brothers will be talking about, I don't feel like I'm so eloquent, because for the most part, most of us ain't. I don't feel like I'm the best speaker, I don't feel like I'm the best reader. Most the elders say, which is the Spirit of the Lord, when you look at our role models as well, you ain't gonna get all into it. It's about sincerity and truth. That's what's tearing down strongholds, this kingdom. Go on.
That's a good point, because strongholds can be in the form of demons as well. Because what did Yahushua encounter? He encountered a man by the tombs, and when he asked him what his name was, he said Legion, because there were many demons in him. So basically, demonic strongholds can be people, can be within people, and it can also be within ourselves. So on the topic of doing videos, as an elder apostle Gabar says, when we're teaching others, we're really teaching ourselves. So when you get into the scriptures and you start teaching it, you can start to tear down some of the demonic strongholds that might be in your own mind. For example, you're saying some people might feel, well, I'm not an eloquent speaker, or I'm not good at this, or I'm not good at that. Those are really demons telling you, oh, you can't do that. No, you're not good at that, don't do that. But when you actually start to apply yourself and try it, those voices become weaker and weaker, and then you realize, hang on a minute, I can do this, or I can do that. So then you start to grow to new levels where demons might have been holding you in a certain position before you start to overcome that. So that's another part of breaking down strongholds.
Yeah. So why not, man? Overcoming them strongholds what do they bring you? Confidence, innit?
Yeah.
And then when you have confidence, then you're ready for the next. Bring on the next one. Bring on the next one. You got
Somebody bring out Philippians 4:13.
This is Joshua 1 verse 9. Have not I commanded thee, be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither thou dismayed, for the Lord thy power is with thee, whithersoever thou goest.
Yeah, quote it and read it again, Baba Kusha.
This is Joshua 1 verse 9.
Yep.
Have not I commanded thee, be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy power is with thee.
Start from verse 8.
Joshua 1 verse 8. This is the book of the law, shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein.
Yeah, man. Just stop there, man. Meditate day and night. And that's what we do, man. Sometimes you're just in the spirit of meditating, man. You know, especially as I keep mentioning it, you're coming to that time and you just find yourself meditating upon your whole shot. It's all of the spirit anyway. You might say, all right, then let me watch them do some sport, and then the precept, you're watching sport or you're doing something, and precepts are coming into your head, man. So you're meditating, whether you want it to or not. That's the spirit of the Lord, man, sending. That's that helper. That's you in your spiritual growth. Doing those videos, you mentioned about doing videos. How come you're doing videos now more than what you were doing, previously? The spirit of the Lord working on you, because you're doing those drills. That's a good precept, because Joshua was a mortal man in the flesh, obviously, but he was also a young man, a man that we can relate to. And if you're new in the truth, it doesn't matter about your age. You're just new in the truth. You're starting all over. You're going back to the drawing board. And there's challenges that you have to overcome. Your own fears. You was at Joshua chapter. You read Joshua chapter 1 and 8. Yeah. You went back and read 8. Carry on reading. When you're ready.
This is Joshua 1 verse 9. Oh, Salaki, I have to continue from here. Joshua 1 verse 8 again. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous.
Right, yeah. You're making your way prosperous when you're meditating on it, when you're in the spirit. It's not like we're always in the spirit, though. I'm not saying we're always in the spirit 24/7. But when you meditate and you're in the spirit, like for example, oppositions on the buses, because we're behind enemy lines, man. As you say, demons. We've got our own demons, but then you've got the opposition demons, which Jehoshaphat. We may get back to Hebrews. The Spirit allows us, Hebrews chapter 12, which Jehoshaphat had to deal with, because he was a perfect man, but he had to deal with opposition and challenges, which we benefit from, that he overcame, and we learn from everything. Things that were written aforetime were written for our instructions. Yeah. So it makes you sharp in the scriptures, man. Guarding our heart. We read that. Guarding our heart. People trying to, and you don't know, but they're trying to stick pins in you, man. Well, you do know. When people are trying to stick needles and pins in you. But the Spirit of the Lord, you're answering, because you're putting up the shield. Someone come up before camp, asking me just stupid to me, to her, it made sense. She was talking and it made sense, but to me, it didn't make no sense. To me, it was like, next one, please. Next, please. I didn't act as if it was like that. But according to, Proverbs, a soft word, breaking bones.
Yeah.
Get it, Bubba, because there was a little incident we can talk about after. And when you look back and you say, and as you mentioned, challenges brings confidence, and confidence brings, you're able. You look back and you say, yeah, you're growing, man.
Well, this is Proverbs chapter 15, verse 18. A wrathful man stirreth up strife, but he that is slow to anger appeaseth strife.
Yeah, a wrathful man stirreth up strife. People in the world, if you've noticed, that debate spirit, we went into it a little bit last week. People like debating, man. That's all they do. I watch certain, not anymore, but when the elders get into certain things, that you've got contentious spirits, that all they want to do is debate. And I watch a certain boxing channel, and all they want to talk about, and they always want to, everything is nice, but then they want to lead it into a debate. And I'm thinking to them, so what's wrong with these people, man? All they want to do is debate. It's a nice conversation, address the subject and keep it moving. No, they want to ask stupid questions. And we're aware of this, we're in this world, we're aware of it at work. That nagging person that you know, we all know him, or we've known him in the past.
That's that Western world spirit, man.
Right.
Because even, what's his name, Tucker Carlson, he just interviewed Vladimir Putin. And then he was asked, like, Tucker Carlson, man, like American news guy.
Yeah, I know the
He
guy.
was like, just, them provoking questions.
Yeah.
Just trying to take the piss. And then Vladimir goes along the lines of, are we here to make a show, or are we here to discuss serious matters? Because he was asking all the questions just to make a show out of it.
Yeah.
Whereas Vladimir was there to discuss real matters, man. So you have to ask him, like, what are we here for? Are we here for a game? Are we here to actually discuss, current events?
Yeah.
Now, and to your point, that's beautiful, because I saw that clip. And Putin was going in on the history of kingdoms and their downfalls and likening it to America's current state. And Tucker Carlson's response question was, Vladimir was getting down, going through the history and the fall of kingdoms and stuff, and America's basically on the precipice of its downfall. And Tucker Carlson's response was, so when do you think the AI age is going to start? Like, these stupid, provocative questions, and that clearly shows the difference between the Russians' mindset and the Americans' mindset. Their mindset is on, as you said, entertainment and folly and trying to get a flipping a soundbite that they can just going to be chopped up and people will reshare it. It's fucking folly, man. I'll produce it for you, if I may.
Yeah, because Russia's that big bear. They don't like to mess about, innit? What's that? Putin's into Krav Maga, one of those martial arts, similar to karate. He's a man of the field. He's an Edomite, I believe he's an Edomite. A man of the field. Putin, and most of them Russians as well. On the whole, that's where a lot of the fighters come from. You got people?
Yeah, this is Proverbs 26, verse 4. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him.
And read the other one. Read the one after.
Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit.
Yeah, I remember when that was explained. When I first heard that, it sounded like a contradiction. At first it says don't answer, but then it says answer in the next verse. That's Proverbs what?
Proverbs 4,
4, yeah.
verses
Yo, up. Move the car over there, because them black dudes came out looking all dodgy, and then now their car just keeps going off. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah,
I mean.
so
Yeah, move the car over there. Man.
Proverbs 26, verses 4 and 5, I just read.
yeah, if they insist, you ask them a little. We mentioned it. A soft word breaketh bones. You don't get all bogged down with them. When you discern that it's not sincere, or they want to drag you down to their level. So that's really what you mentioned about soundbites. Is that Tucker Carlson? That's what it's about. Laughing. All they want to do is laugh. What is they want to do? Laugh. Like effeminate. That effeminate spirit. It's us as well. That stoic shit. That stoic. And all those ones that are not stoic or not in like mind with your whole shy. We was talking about your whole shy. Hebrews 12 are going to fade away. We opened up with Jacob's trouble.
Yeah, there's a city in Russia. I saw a video on it yesterday, like a short reel. There's a city in Russia, Ruskov or something like that, and like they have to leave the car on, because it gets up to like minus 68 out there or something like that. If you throw like a glass of water in the air, it will turn to ice.
Wow.
You know, like their conditions out there are very, very tough because of the weather, man. And like that's another point. Like America, it creates environments. The apostles got into it already, man. Like cities are made for women and convenience.
Yeah.
But when you live in outside rural areas, man, that already puts you in a different mindset. You can't be a fuck around person in Roscoe, Russia.
Yeah.
You go outside without a jacket on, you freeze to death.
Yeah.
You know, or you don't leave the car on, then your engine's broke. So their whole mindset, and you see that even in the islands, man, people have a different mindset because the way of life is different.
Yeah.
The West has created a world where you can fuck around and not find out.
Yes.
Because there's always option 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to an option 110.
Yeah.
But in certain places and certain cultures, man, you got one chance and you're out.
Yeah.
They got that last point. They got that dude that rapper Fredo. He's currently locked up in is it Dubai? Yeah, because he got caught with certain things on him, and they don't allow that. No, in England, you know, he'll chat shit to the UK feds.
Yeah.
You know, do a little time and I'll bust. No, not over there, man.
Yeah.
Ain't busting no case in Dubai. You know, he's in jail over there now, man. You know, so that's what the West is gonna learn, man.
Yeah.
You can't. Not everywhere and not everyone and not every nation and people is easy to bullshit.
Yeah.
This is Isaiah 47:1. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate.
Yeah, a virgin, what is a virgin? Untouched, isn't it? You know, what's the word? If something's not been touched, it's just like left alone, you know. All around here, you've got places that are touched. Over there, it's hardly touched. It's all nice and green and flowers and everything. That's come down and sit in the dust, man. Old virgin daughter of Babylon, never been touched, never had their ass kicked properly. They've been kicking ass though. And when someone's been kicking ass for years, for centuries, for decades, when they take an L, it's like, they cry. We're talking about sheltered lives, isn't it? Sheltered lives, man. Silver spoon people there. Over there in America, in Hollywood, when they one little touch of street life, homeless, they just want to go to sleep forever, you know, overdose. And there's stories of overdose and overdose and overdose. Can't take it no more. You know, and that's what's happening to all those celebrities now. That's Jacob's trouble hitting them. So back on that point about the stoicness, man. Hebrews chapter 12, we was there. Go back to there and read 7, because talking about stoic. Some of us have had somewhat of a so far we ain't really. Let's read.
7 you wanted, yeah?
Yeah.
Hebrews 12:7.
Read 6 again and then read 7.
Hebrews 12:6. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth.
Right, so we're getting scourged now, man. You mentioned that. We're getting scourged now. And what is it? Open rebuke is better than secret love. Get your little, you know, get them. Embrace them. You know, them little bruises now, which are not really. Read on.
Hebrews 12:7. If ye endure chastening, the Most High dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not?
Right. I'm just looking back. Don't have to go into all the details, but I'm so glad, man. I'm so glad what I went through, man. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change anything what I went through before the truth as well. In the truth, but also before the truth. I wouldn't change it. That was the Most High anyway. That was written. What I went through. That was written. You know, if you have your little battle scars, that's all right. That's all right. You know, that's what the point is making. The Most High, you say, you look back and say, the Most High dealing with me, Abu Ratazar, you know, continue enduring to the end, getting roughed up. You mentioned about when our parents were chastising us, it gave us some kind of sense of it sobered us up. Let me say it like that. Yes, sober you up, man. Keep it sober. What's that? Just bring it out.
This is Proverbs chapter 22, verse 15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
Yeah, a brother was saying that when you watch certain brothers' videos, I ain't gonna mention it, but we've got our elders, and we've got our apostles. You watch certain brothers and it sobers you up, bro. I like that word. It sobers you up.
Yeah.
Anybody who had a little drink and you know, and you're getting sober now, you feel, you know, oh, I'm getting back, I'm coming back now. I'm getting back on my feet, I'm walking, and I'm feeling good again. I'm getting my strength coming back. That's what it is. You know, the Most High's chastising us, man. He's sobering us up out of our folly, beating that folly out of us, man. You know, I look back and I say, boy, yeah, thank you, Yahweh. You know, and you got, you know, our personal journey. That's your personal journey. You know what I mean? So, read it again.
Proverbs 22, verse 15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
Yeah, we're coming into our own. That stoic spirit, and I've always loved it. I'm not saying I could do what certain men are doing now. I'm not saying I can, but I love it though. I admire it. I admire what they do. The Russians, I'm just using them as an example. What Namad have done to what's the Irish flipping MMA fighter? Conor McGregor. I love when I see him get humbled, man. Yeah, I loved it when he just hold him down, and put him in the guillotine, and my man kept tap. And Namadov, right? Now, and all the build up as well, Namadov, it's cool. You mentioned about the beers, the mandem, it's about beers. I don't want to talk, you know, right now. I don't want to talk. Let's get in there, we talk in the ring, man. And you got some big bragger in front of you, talking and all spray going in your face while he's talking. You want to get him now. That's us though, in the spirit. You want to get them now, talking and spraying with the spirit that is lifted up in them. He's not right in them. You're talking and spraying at you. You just got to fucking bite your lip, your whole side. Yeah. With Pilate, bite your lip, you suck it up. But it's all right because it's all going in, man. And he was getting stronger in the press conference. He was just. I'm sucking it all in. I'm getting angry. I wanted to get him in, but no. And when he was in the ring, in the square circle, that's when it came out. He was showing that I could beat you at your own game. We're in the scriptures, right? But your whole side, when that standard come, man, all that we was enjoying it, we was sucking it up. Most I was saying, I'm happy with you. That's another tick for you.
Yeah. Just to quickly add to your point, you talk about Yahushua sucking it up because he went from, what do they say, from judgment to judgment. You know, where they were spitting in his face and smacking him and saying, prophesy who smote us. Yeah. And they took him before Pilate, then they took him to Herod, and Herod was talking shit, then they took him back to Pilate. Yahushua was sucking it in. But if you remember, the scripture says he's going to descend from heaven with a shout. Right? So he's sitting there at the right hand of the Heavenly Father. Now, when he gets off that throne to come back here, he's going to let all of that, you know, like when you've been holding it in so long, when you've been holding it in so long, and you get to unleash, what did the scripture say? The earth's going to reel to and fro like a drunkard, man. That's when we're going to see Yahweh and Yahushua's full fury. Because also of the Most High, it says, what does it say? The Most High is angry with the wicked every day, but is long-suffering. So the Most High is a power that hideth himself. When he actually makes himself known, it's going to be end of days, man.
If you don't mind getting them, the ones you just quoted, if you don't mind bringing them, you know?
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Yeah, can't.
And the other one, I would cry like a travailing.
That's the one I've got right here.
Isaiah 42, I'll start at verse 13. The Lord shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yea, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. I have long time holden my peace. I have been still and refrained myself. Now will I cry like a travailing woman. I will destroy and devour at once.
So that's where it takes strength. That's why we look our role model. That's why he's our role model. He's our rightful king. Because what did he do? Read it again. Just want to touch on something like that. The word that you do out there.
Isaiah 42 and 14. I have long time holden my peace.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we love that, man. That's what he's stoic. With that kind of power, what did he say? Myriads of angels at his disposal. He had myriads of angels at his disposal. That's what strength is, man. You know, when you hold back, people think when I can get up in his face, taunt him. That's what strength is. I'm a good spit, I can spit, he can't do nothing. The man who's shutting it up, shutting his mouth, biting his lip, that's a strong one. Yeah. He's most likely going to be the one that's going to do what he needs to do in the ring. That's your whole shot, man. You understand? That's the spirit of the whole shot. That's the one that don't talk. Have you heard that saying, watch the quiet ones then? Yeah. Don't fuck with the quiet ones there. Listen, man, I ain't no fucker. I ain't nothing, man. I leave people alone, man. If a man's too quiet, when a man's quiet, I don't trouble. I would never trouble nobody, man. And a man who's quiet, he ain't saying I'm this, I say, sorry, man, sorry, I should have done. I went off. I don't know what, you understand? You don't know who you're fucking with, man. Yeah. In the world, it might have been different. You was stupid, you know. You want to show your weight and show what you can do. You don't know who you're fucking with. Yeah, go on. So that's that. Yeah. Yeah, man. That is what you don't know who they didn't know who they was messing with. There's precept. You've got precept, innit?
Yeah. Until they saw the earthquake and the eclipse when he was on the cross, they were talking shit. But when he got when the eclipse came, and Yahushua finally gave up his spirit when he said, was it Eli lama sabachthani? And he gave up the spirit and the ground started shaking. That's when they realized, oh shit, man, we don't fuck with the wrong person. But Yahushua is quiet all before that. They thought they could just mock him and make sport of him. And then they realized, oh no, this must have been the Most High.
We done fucked up. Yeah, we done fucked up. I keep mentioning Scarface. Now, Scarface, when we was younger growing up, oh, look what he was doing. He's fucking wicked, man. Scarface, he was out there doing what happened to the fucker? That's what I'm saying. That's a man that you learn what not to do. They're role models, what not to do. The Most High gave us them role models, what not to do, because how did he end up? Spirit of vengeance come on their ass. If brothers watch that movie and got the spiritual meaning of it, they won't fuck up. I'm talking about the spiritual meaning. I'm talking about not brothers, but former brothers. You don't fuck with the top man. You don't go against the top man, Yahweh, why Yahushua, and you've got others as well, the rank. You don't fuck with that. Well, our elder always goes into that, Elder Malcolm, the soldier, Maccabee spirit. If you tune into that his channel, you'll be edified. Maccabee spirit, Elder Malcolm. You stay in your lane, man.
No, I was just agreeing.
I got one on your point. This is Ecclesiastes 8 and verse 12 on your topic of Scarface getting judgment. Though a sinner do evil 100 times and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear the Most High God, which fear before him.
And you show fear when you obey the order. You're showing fear. Don't matter what your flesh is telling you, obey the order. This is not our movie. This is the Most High's movie. That's all you need to do. It makes it so easy for you. Demons want to try you, but let me get this precept back.
Lucky, there's one more verse if I may.
Yeah, go on, man.
To add to the point, let me read it again. Though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it will be well with them which fear God, which fear before him, but it shall not be well with the wicked. Neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow, because he feareth not before the Most High God.
If you're a big giant, right? A big giant, what is it? An elephant is scared of a mouse, yeah? But it makes sense to the elephant. It makes sense to the elephant. The elephant knows why. Don't question the Most High movie, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, you can try and question it, but I know the Most High don't make mistakes. The fucking man, look upon the man, him smiling, you can't do nothing. Listen, man, the Most High don't make mistakes, man. You understand? Let's get into some of this. Obey the order, that's all I'm saying. Enough said on that. Ecclesiastes 44, which kind of highlights it a little bit. Then let's get into some of this. You get it, Bob. Ecclesiastes chapters 44. These are one of my favorite, some of my favorite precepts. Was you going to say something?
No, I've just got holding for precepts on deck, but I'm letting the spirit flow. Let's get to this first.
What do you want me to start from the top?
Yeah, let's go through, get out some of this, because we spoke about role models, and we're getting the appreciation for what's coming up soon, not long now. What we in now, February? Yeah.
10th already.
Time's moving quick, man.
Because February is a short month, with 28 days, we're in the 10th already. So that's
Well, they got a leap year this year, innit?
What's that?
Leap year.
Yeah, 29 days. So we're what, third of the way through the month.
It just started.
Yeah, that's why I noticed brothers prepare you early with this truth. Brother put you in the spirit quick, like everything quick, man. And when I'm in my little laboratory, I'm doing things. I'm saying I can't like mess about anymore. In my own world, you know. Get down to it, because if you don't do it now, you're gonna keep putting it off, and you're gonna keep putting it off, and you're gonna keep putting it off. Get your mind in it now. That goes for videos. That goes for that because what the time, the Most High is speeding up the time. That's all I'm saying about that. Yeah, let's get into some of this.
This is Sirach 44:1. Let us now praise famous men,
Yeah.
and our fathers that begat us.
Yeah. Abu Ra'azar, who knows who some of us are, you know, and it's going to go into it. Yeah.
2. Sirach 44:2. The Lord have wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning.
Yeah. Through them, those great men, yeah, what they did on the earth, we're reflecting on it, we're meditating upon that, right? And it didn't work out well for them with the speech that we read earlier. But those that didn't endure, that didn't have fear, and fear is what? Fear is the beginning of wisdom, right? So when I'll use it again, when you see that elephant fearing that little rodent, so much smaller on him, it makes sense to him. That's all I'm saying. It makes sense. So don't put things into what you know. Don't what's the word, man? Get your priorities right. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to this truth, this is not the world. It's totally different from the world. You know.
Sirach 44:3. Such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding, and declaring prophecies.
Yeah, declaring prophecy. So we're going to, Abu Ra'azar, we're in that time of prophecy now, right? The MOTB, we're going to start talking about that more and more and more. Brothers have been always talking about it, but brothers we're hearing it more and more and more and more, because the elect need to hear it. You know, the elect are caught up, if there's any left out there, doing all kind of whatever they're doing. They need to keep on hearing it, and only the elect are going to hear it, and they're going to wake up out of whatever, if they're not all sealed yet. Which the signs say that maybe for the most part, but we're going to continue to keep mentioning it. Brothers have been putting up videos, brothers have been putting up things in the chat, keeping us our iron, our sword sharpened. Yeah, and talking about it keeps you sharp too. We went into that Revelation 13 and 16. Yeah, so we're leading up to we're talking about prophecy. Now read that verse again and carry on.
Sirach 44:3. Such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding, and declaring prophecies.
Yeah, and the men they were stronger them days as well. They were stronger. They were taller. Right? But that was the point is that they did their assignments. They carried out their assignments. Yeah, and the Most High remembers them. It's going to carry on.
Verse 4. Leaders of the people by their counsels and by their knowledge of learning meet for the people, wise and eloquent in their instruction.
Yeah. So we're not eloquent. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're eloquent, but you know what? This truth. The elder that did say that it is actually eloquent. The word of the Lord is eloquent.
Yeah, you took it out of my mouth. It's the word that's eloquent.
Yeah.
Because when Yahweh Shai, when he was in the synagogue and he read from the scroll of Isaiah, and then to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, whatever. Then he closed the scroll and gave it back to the minister, the first priest in the Sabbath service. Then he went to sit down in his seat, and then he said, and then he perceived that everyone was looking at him, and he said, "Today in your hearing, the scriptures have been fulfilled." And then they said they marveled at the gracious words which came out of his mouth. It's not the way he said it, but it's the fact that he was speaking the truth.
Yeah.
That's what was gracious. That's what was eloquent. So we don't, as you said, with the voice, we ain't eloquent. Yeah. Now, some brothers are, but not all of us are. Yeah. But the eloquence and the grace is in the words we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're not eloquent, just stay. There's more reason for you to stay in the scriptures, because what you just said there. Yeah, bring on the precept.
Isaiah 28, I'll start at 10. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, for with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people.
Yeah, and that's a stumbling block, you know. We speak this word and you got someone who stammers. We have brothers that stammer, but that's a stumbling block. As one of the elders and apostles said, because there's certain people that don't need to hear this bloody word. did say that. Lucky. English did say that.
To qualify
It's
what you're
good
saying,
word.
no, it's cool. To qualify what you're saying on the stammering lips, though, that's
Limits,
more.
like,
That's
yeah.
speaking about like joking. You know, we got. That's why a lot of the men in the Lord are goofy. You know, telling jokes and stuff, but it's that balance
Right.
of seriousness,
Right.
but then bringing like a humor side to it.
Yeah.
You know, but it goes for that as well, stammering, because people don't take us seriously. First of all, you know, you're one of the tribes, you're in a garment, you're not looking like the modern day standard of like dignity and whatever, man. Decent, you ain't got the suit on, you're wearing jeans, you're wearing tracksuits, you're in these rough garments and stuff. That's already, you know, you're cancelled for that.
Yeah.
And then you
That
start
throws them off.
throws them off. Then you start stammering. You
Yeah.
can't get your words out. You know, not finishing your sentences. And then on top of that, you're throwing in jokes with the stammering lips. We're a clown. That's why the scripture says we're made a spectacle onto the people, man. Little do they know. See that they're going with the photos now. It's cool, man. Take your photos. You know what they're doing in the spirit? They've had a little meeting with the locals. Yeah. Every Saturday, yeah. Every Saturday they come out.
Yeah. She said, "How long are you gonna be here forever?"
He's taking photos. It's cool, man.
Is that same woman?
Yeah, that's another one. Another one. They're having a community meeting. Anyways, man, whatever. They don't take us seriously, but little do they know we're bringing out the most important information.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. That was the spirit of the Lord, man. They don't take us seriously. They don't realize the weight of this truth. Yeah. The weight of this truth, and what you were saying, that our parents throws them off. Maybe even some of us, the way we may speak, may throw them off.
So like
If I was to go on, no, make your point.
so I didn't over talk.
Yeah.
It just came into my head when they took the apostles in. They thought that they were unlearned men, but they were shocked when they. Let me bring it out. You can talk about it.
Yeah. So that's it, man. Let's carry on reading.
Hold on.
Sirach.
Hold on, let me get the point in front of me. This is in Acts.
Acts chapter 4 and around 14 and 13. That's the If we move. We're going to go where the spirit wants us to be. Summer coming on. That's why we're going to do that.
Yeah, here we go. This is Acts 4 and 13. Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John, they perceived that they were unlearned and ignorant men, and they marveled and took knowledge of them that they had been with Yahushua. So they were perceived as being unlearned and ignorant, but they marveled when they saw the wisdom with which they spoke.
Yeah, when you listen to a certain brother speaking, and you really just take the time and listen, contemplate what the man was saying, you realise that was on point. I don't care how rough it sounded. If we was to go on that, we'd be still. Some of us might be still watching some of them some other camps and shit. Yeah, I first started out watching GOCC, but the Spirit said, no, get out of that shit. You know, I started to get into the raw, and I even said to myself, because I was into the wholesome food, so to speak, healthy. And most of the wholesome food, it ain't nice, don't taste nice anyway. Like certain rice, black rice, tastes like cardboard, but the benefits of it is good for you. So when you apply that principle to health with the word, it's the same principle. You benefit from things that may don't look nice sometimes. You benefit from them. Let's carry on reading. Don't look nice, don't sound nice, but it's good for you, man. Don't taste nice. And the Most High, again, that goes back to the Most High's movie. Why did he have to make Brussels sprouts not have that awkward taste and stuff? If you think you can go all the way through it, all of the foods. I've done that. Yeah, let's get back. The Most High don't make mistakes, man. Yeah.
Sirach 44 and 4. Leaders of the people by their counsel and by their knowledge of learning meet for the people, wise and eloquent in their instruction.
Yeah, so if you take away the word eloquent and just left wise, right? Even if they're not eloquent, they're flipping wise. Do you not want to hear that? Some wisdom. Yeah, even a broken clock. If you got patience, even a broken clock is right twice a day. If you ain't got patience sometimes, but it is what it is. You know. Carry on.
Verse 5. Such as found out musical tunes and recited verses in writing. Rich men furnished with ability, living peaceably in their habitations. All these were honored in their generations and were the glory of their time. There be of them that have left a name behind them, that their praises might be reported.
Right, so we that's what we come, where we come in. Now, you mentioned about those role models, man. Role models are a very underestimated thing. What young men see, young men, what you see and what you hear, what inspires you. People talk about, oh, look at that football player. You know, some of us who was into football, men are into something, whatever it is, and they look to somebody and say, I wish I could do that. That's in your DNA. You understand? But now, when you come into the truth, it puts you right. Again, it sobers you up. Sobers you up. Yeah, you can look at things. I'm not saying you can't admire qualities and abilities. Just that guy, LeBron James, tall man, 6 foot whatever. You understand? 6'9", and he can dunk like that. Even though what we're going to be doing, we're going to be surpassing all of that shit. But you know, in this kingdom, that's something to look at and say, yeah, he's got some ability. We don't like him or his lifestyle, but the ability.
And that's an interesting point, because the scriptures say wisdom is set in great, so folly is set in great dignity and the rich sit in no place. Yeah. When you really get down to the nitty gritty of it, right? A lot of Jake, idolize guys like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, but what are they really doing? They're putting the ball in the hoop. Or even with the footballers, what are they doing? They're kicking the ball into a net. In the grand scheme of things, how is that really? That's not going to be really
beneficial.
It's not beneficial.
Yeah.
And it's not something that's going to be praised in the kingdom. Yeah, you scored a hat trick in this match in 1992. No, man.
Yeah, that's why. This is one of my first precepts when I first started to get into meditating on precepts. Sirach, Ecclesiastes 44. I'll read it again, verse 1, because it puts you, it sobers you up. Let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begot us. Right, this is what we're doing now. It's reminding us, man. This is why we're praising them, because they're. What do we want at the end of the day? If I could say to you, what is the one word that we would like to have and use? Some might say Yehoshua, that's their favorite word, or whatever. You know, you can think off the top of your head. Salvation, though. I want to go up outside with chariots, beamed up in that. The more words you can use, the better. It's all about you want to be saved, man. At the end of the day, yeah. So how are we going to do that? We don't. That's why we don't admire these men. Banks and most of those balls are made of swine anyway, pig skin. When I looked at that in a logical way too, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So where will we carry on? And then after I finish,
totally different topic. You got it. I just want to throw this out there to all you niggas that say bush monkeys or bushmen, whatever they called us. Oh, we're not out there. Why the fuck would we be having issues with people then?
Yeah.
If we're so tucked away in the middle of nowhere, well, how come people got issues, man? How come there's cars in front of me and people walking by? Man?
Yeah.
Just throw that out there, man.
Yeah. And some of you, who they call them comment board warriors, that get how much views, right? Off the chart views. We put up a video. Some of us get 10, some of us get more than that, 50, whatever, and they're still playing around with our views.
Yeah.
If you get 200, that's like you're going viral in this truth, and you get 200. Over here, not over in America, but over here. You understand? So why are we, if we're so insignificant and what we're saying don't mean shit, why are they paying us attention? That attention, and it probably goes up even to the top too. And I've had a vision about, what they're watching us, but we watching them. Yehoshua watching you.
But that's a spirit.
You watching us, those elite, but the Most High watching you.
But as you say, a good point there, because the scripture says, the prophets are going to be pushed in the corner anymore. You see, we're in the out. People are just, no matter how we are pushed.
We're out there.
We're out there.
Yeah,
you know, you can't,
So that's being stoic. Don't underestimate being stoic, being out there. Because when them politicians want to get votes, even though it's for the wrong motives, they go out, they put themselves out there in the grassroots, and they knock on people's doors. And I should say, I don't go, boom, slam the door on their ass, coming knocking on the door when they want something. And when they got what they want, they don't business about it. But we wanted your vote. You come round my yard when you want something. But us now, we come out here anyway. That's the point I'm making. We come out here, we're not wanted, and we're not wanting nothing from them, but we are pushing out this word, the power of this word, which is tearing down strongholds. Doesn't matter the opposition that we face. People nagging us. People want to write a petition about let's get some. Let's write all these names down and complain about this. Behind the scene, that's what they're fucking doing. The Spirit of the Lord got us out here, man. Nothing you can do against this truth, only for the truth. You know.
This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 24. Great men and judges and potentates shall be honoured, yet is there none of them greater than he that feareth the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Why not? Read that, quote that and read it again, Babu Shah.
This is Ecclesiasticus 10, verse 24. Great men and judges and potentates shall be honoured, yet is there none of them greater than he that feareth the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Wow, heavy, powerful. That's a heavyweight overhand right there. For those all those scoffers behind the scenes that want to belittle this word, because really we're just giving glory to the Most High. We're just puppets in this movie anyway. None of us really had a say in the matter, which I'm glad, other writers are. What happened with Jonah, innit? Jonah tried to run. Some of us might try to do that. Jonah, he wanted to go to Tarshish. It's in the book of Jonah. He wanted to go to Tarshish, but the Most High said, "No, I want you." He said, "Me?" He said, "Yeah, I want you to do it." Going back to the principle of men who, don't think much of themselves, not eloquent, and he just wanted to have the opposite of stoic, an easy life, because he knew what they were capable of, those people, those nations. He knew what they were capable of. He was looking at it carnally and not spiritually. But the Most High had to put him in a dilemma, which we know the story. When he was on the boat, he said he had to clutch straws. And his straw came up worse, and he still was in denial. And they said, "All right, he'll dash me off." And the Most High made him get him up by a well. And he tried to he didn't want the responsibility. Some of us don't feel what may not have felt worthy at first. Most High gonna make sure we grow into the shoes are too big at first, or the trousers too big at first. You've got to grow into them motherfuckers, man. You've got to grow into it. Most High's making you grow into it. And that's all a part of the movie. What happened to Neo? Same thing. Neo said, "No, I can't. I'm not the one." He always was in denial until the penny eventually dropped. And when spiritual power comes, that's a whole other issue. But let's get through this. That's a beautiful precept.
Back to Sirach 44.
Yeah.
Sirach 44, and let me start at 6. Rich men, furnished with ability, living peaceably in their habitation, all these were honoured in their generation and were the glory of their times.
Yeah, you got wealthy men that they're getting their glory now. The rich, famous men. You got the politicians, the MPs, which are the shadow, the government. But then you got the shadow government, which are pulling all the strings. They're the ones that are watching everything like a game of chess, and it's like a game of chess. Satan against, which the Most High is in control of the whole game anyway, the whole board. But yeah.
I was gonna say, why do you think the colours in chess are black and white?
Right.
You've got good set against evil. And what do the Masons use? They use that symbolism of the check, the black and white, tiles.
Yeah.
It's all symbolic of that.
And the Chinese use a yin yang,
Yin and yang,
Yin and yang. Two countries putting together. Yeah. So it's the Most High's movie, so we're just playing our position. Accept it, man. If you get chastised, doesn't matter about all of that shit. Doesn't matter about all of that. Smile thing. When you accept the bigger picture, when you see the bigger picture, there ain't nothing. A little graze on your way to camp. I'm just using that as it. On your way to camp, a little graze. You forget when you get to camp. You forget it.
Sirach 44 and 8. There be of them that have left a name behind them, that their praises might be reported.
Right, so we're doing this right. We're making history right now. And even a little opposition, they don't realise they're being marked. And we're being blessed. Like I say, we're sucking it all up, becoming more and more stoic in the spirit. That's why you think the elders are so stoic. Our elders and apostles are so stoic. The scripture says that that's who we learn from. Because they had to go through things to get there. None of us were just naturally, maybe there's inclinations or certain abilities, but We're all being made right now, man. Yeah, carry on.
Verse 9, and some there be which have no memorial, who have perished, who are perished, as though they had never been.
Yeah, because you think about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Ananias, and Mishael. In the Hebrew, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I'm pronouncing it probably butchering it a little bit, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, those men, they didn't get to see the fulfillment in their lifetime. They endured country talk, young men resisting peer pressure, same thing we're doing. And them men, they're in the spirit, you know, they could be anywhere, you know. They're definitely pushing out this word if they're back here on the earth. Pushing out this word. And we're learning from them. Right, we don't know who's who right now, but we're learning from they've left a mark. And that's something that we want to do. Yeah, man.
Sirach 44, I'll start at 9 again. And some there be which have no memorial, who are perished as though they had never been.
But their name is inscribed in the heavens. Their name is written in the heavens. No memorial, no, what do you call these things with these landmarks when you get your death tomb? You get a death tomb and then you get a tomb. With a graveyard, with a tombstone. And
Headstone.
Headstone, yeah. This is such and such and such. None of us, if we was on this side, it's like that was so and so and so, you know. He was out on the highways, and you understand what I'm saying, though? Man went through whole heap of shit, opposition, but in the heavens, though, boom, 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 boom. I don't know how long it is, but again, it's all in the spirit of the Lord, man. It's all written down, yeah.
And are become as though they had never been born, and their children after them.
Yeah, there's gonna be the Acts of the Apostles Part 2.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be the writings. There's gonna be new books of everything, obviously from the pillars in the faith, the likes of Elder Rabbi, High Priest, Abba Bibbins on down, you know, Elder High Priest, the Iqab, Elder High Priest, King Marshal, you know, their contemporaries, the apostles, the bishop, all the brothers, down to us, Lord willing, we make it. There's gonna be a whole new writings of how it started in the old world. There's gonna be new scriptures, new accounts.
Revelation 5 and 5.
Because that's how the storytelling is going to be, because the rest of the Israelites, especially, you know, of course in America, they ain't going to make it. So they, you know, they're going to get born back as our children and things of that nature. We're going to have, like, you know, like when you open up the storybook for story time, there's going to be story time in the kingdom of heaven, but the books are being written now. You know what the men of the Lord are doing.
See, that's again motivation why, see, I try not to miss camp. I can only speak to myself. I try not to miss camp. And when I think there's some kind of demon saying you ain't gonna make it, I attend to it. It's not like that. But I try to attend to it. When they say nip it in the bud as soon as SAAP, man, because you wanna be able to say yes, I was waiting. You can't really because you're in the flesh, but you tried 100% for effort when you get those crowns. 10 out of 10 for effort. That's the voice you want to hear. You know, I'm just visualizing right now. They always say visualize, man. Visualize. This is what when you're gonna dunk that ball. Visualize. It's already in there. You know, sportsmen. They know it. They understand that. What's that guy that that left hand side geezer? The black python, I think he used to call Black Mamba.
Kobe.
Yeah, he was in left hand side though. He was very successful because he was dealing with left hand side energy. And he got took out. And also I took him out. But the ability that he had was he was able to visualize, and all of them, they visualize. Now on the right hand side, we're visualizing in front of the crown, on that throne. Yes, 10 out of 10 for effort. 10 out of 10, you was there. And if you wasn't there, there was a massive reason or whatever the case may be, but you're beating yourself up, you wanted to be there, you gave 100%. Let me just say that. Go on.
It's Revelation 5 verse 5. And one of the elders said unto me, weep not, behold the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof.
Yeah, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, talking about the whole tribe. What did he do? He prevailed. So if you want a role model about endurance, that would be the best role model to have. You apply that to whatever you apply it to, just the principles of it. He endured, and he visualized, and what did he get? Carry on reading. No, read 5. Read it again. 5.
Revelation 5 verse 5. And one of the elders said unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and loose the 7 seals thereof.
Yeah, because there was obstacles. There's always obstacles. What does the elder say? There's always a goodie and a baddie. Prognosticator, a provoker and a prognosticator, if I'm saying the words right.
Prognosticate, protagonist and antagonist.
Protagonist and antagonist. There's always that. So he had to get obstacles. That movie again, which I like the idea of it, the Clash of the Titans, with the young man Perseus, giving all those missions, he had to overcome oppositions and challenges. He overcame them. Moses, despite obstacles and oppositions, despite his frailties as a man, that's why they're role models. That's what makes a role model. They overcame. They overcame, man. That's a beautiful precept, man. See, Yahushua. Yeah, that's why he's worthy. And I was meditating upon when they came out of Egypt, man. Man that couldn't sing because there was a victory song in
By Miriam.
yeah,
Song of Moses.
right, Song of Moses in Exodus 15, and they were singing. That's singing. The singing is powerful. We spoke about that. Singing is powerful, but if you say, oh, I can't sing, I got a rough voice, when you fucking kick someone's ass, or when you had a good day, none of us has won the lottery, right? But trust me, any of us did, we've won it spiritually though, but you don't care about, oh, my voice I ain't got good. You don't give a shit about that.
Sing for joy, innit?
You fucking just sing the ass. That's why they were singing. We gonna be singing. You understand? In the chariot, Abu Razar, we enjoy to the end. We ain't gonna give a shit about the next man. We ain't gonna be giving a shit about that. We gonna fucking sing, man.
Yep.
Abu Razar, I'll meditate upon that as we're coming up to that time. More, visualizing, singing in my own little space too. Brothers are into music. You got your own little thing you do. When I listen to certain music now, I'm thinking about your whole shine. You don't have to do what I do. You don't have to be extreme like me. But there's certain words, they say, you relate to certain things. You relate it to things the way you relate to it. You're watching a movie. If you was in that movie, you ain't gonna want to take no else. You understand? You put yourself in the movie.
Just a quick, to add to your point, there's that famous movie, I think the guy's name's Gene Kelly, where there's that song Singing in the Rain, and you've got him dancing in the street, doing backflips and all kind of shit, and it's raining. It's a really good dance. But that's what we're essentially doing in this time. We're singing in the rain. We're catching all kind of hell, dark times, catching, what do you call it? Like, the storm of our enemies coming against us, and then raining, their bullshit on us, but we're still singing. We're singing these words. Singing unto Yahweh Bashem Yahshua. And we're going to sing even louder when we're in the chariots, as it pertains to Revelation 14, I believe.
Yeah. And there's something called there's something called a laughing barrel. When we was on the cotton. When Jake sometimes is always laughing, right? Jake just be laughing sometimes. And there was a thing where we got caught laughing on the cotton field, you'd have to go and put your face in a laughing barrel. They didn't want you laughing. That's the point I'm saying, mate. One of the elders was going into that.
Sounds like school.
And I've done research, and it's true, there's something called a laughing barrel. They don't like to see us happy, that's the point.
Yeah, they want to see us miserable.
Today, it's a CM thing, it's still there, the perpetual hatred. So sometimes, if I'm in doing my video, sometimes the spirit jump on me, I want to bust out some fucking singing. Bust out some singing, the spirit's on me to sing. I might just want to sing sometimes, man. You understand? The spirit of the Lord. And it's good for you, man, to sing.
Misery loves company.
And if they don't like it, that's their problem. It's not. The point I'm making is we're coming to the time now of other routes that we enjoy today. We're going to be singing.
Yeah, the scriptures speak about the is it the garment of joy for the spirit of heaviness?
Yes.
Something like that.
Can't. You can find it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I went into a little bit of singing because the priests they used to sing. The Maccabees priests they used to sing. After our victories, we just sung anyway. That was part of our DNA. So let's get back to this. I'm going to finish off. See, when it comes to talking about your whole side, it's always peace and will always keep coming, you know what I mean? But I just want to finish this off. Got something?
I've got the one you had me quoted. This is This is Isaiah 61 and verse 3. To appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, and the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified.
Right. Yeah. You want to break it down?
Yeah, because that's what the Most High is doing. He's turning our sorrow into joy, and it's going to turn the joy of our enemies into sorrow. And it ties into, what is it, Psalms? The saints shall be joyful in their bed.
Psalms 159.
Yeah, with a two-edged sword in their hand. Yeah, we're going to wake up singing in our beds in the kingdom, man. Singing for joy.
Right.
Well, do you think those Edomites are going to be singing?
Yeah.
They're going to be lamenting. But they ain't going to be singing. They can't even sing now.
Yeah, even just to a little bit of biology, when they go into laughing, it's actually
healing.
It's healing. It's good for your the hormones in the body, the chemicals in the body. Because if you have, if you're sick and you've got what they call it a heavy heart, the chemicals in the body are affected by that.
Yes.
But when you sing, it reverses all of that. People don't realize, this thing goes deep. But ultimately, spiritually, we won't be singing anyway. Sometimes you could be sad, and Jake should just be singing sometimes, man. And he's sad. But they call it the blues.
Yeah.
See, there you go. Jake knew, we knew. The spirit of the Lord. So where was we?
Yahweh Shai, he was talking about the Passover in the spirit. Yahweh Shai and the disciples, when they finished the meal, they sang a song.
Yeah.
They sang a hymn. It was a sad hymn, but they sung. In the Psalms, man.
It affects you. I say we're singing anyway. We're singing despite we're in this behind enemy line. This is a song. The word is pushing out this truth. It's a song, powerful, to overturn strongly entrenched things. This word. So even don't worry about singing. Don't have to get into the singing thing. Push out the word. Do your videos. Keep up to the best of your ability. Do your videos, and it's doing something to you too. There's scriptures to back that up.
Somebody get the revelation. No one can learn the song.
Oh, Revelation 14. Yeah. Going to that. Just going to that. Revelation chapter 14 top.
That's the song we promote singing, man.
Yeah. Man, talking about, what they push out negative energy, negative vibes.
Someone will watch the video and be like, yeah, no, them man inspired me to go X Factor. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Britain's Got Talent. Nah, bro.
Yeah.
We're singing this.
Right.
Yeah.
Start. From the top.
Revelation 14 verse 1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 having his father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard with the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sang as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
Yeah, the brother broke it down. This is what we're singing that song now. That song is this song. What we're singing, pushing out this song, which has an energy to it, a powerful energy to it. And when the precepts come into you in your head, right, you're singing, in your head.
Yeah.
So don't worry about if you ain't got a good voice and none of that. Just keep singing the song,
Yep.
Right up, carry on. Then I'm going to pass it back to you.
Yeah, I got it.
Verses 10 now.
Sirach 44 and 10. But these were merciful men whose righteousness have not been forgotten.
Right, you see, that's the importance of going to continue to sing this song, this truth, right? Yeah, up there, we want our names, which is ready to be subscribed in the heavens, written in the heavens, where no one can come up, what they call it, grave robbing and shit, teeth in tombs.
Indiana Jones.
And I've heard about all of that. Tomb raiders. People were literally doing that, Some of these tombs are made of marble, they rob the fucking tomb, imagine that.
Indiana
Would
Jones.
you rob from the dead? Evil rob from the dead. Don't put anything past them. They will rob from the dead. But you see, when it's in the heavens, that's why make our treasures, build our treasures in the heavens, where moths and rust don't consume, or thieves come and steal. But but with the Most High, it's with the Most High, where no one can come and steal. Yeah, that's the point. See, that's the power of what we're doing. Continue.
Sirach 44 and 11, with their seed shall continually remain a good inheritance,
Ooh.
and their children are within the covenant.
That's self-explanatory. Yeah. So I mentioned about the children, which we came out of our parents. They could, the whole situation could be reversed, and they get our blessings. That's another reason to endure too. Brothers have loved ones that you may miss them. You understand? You had a good someone in your family. That's another reason. That's why a lot of people, they go to work, get up in the morning and go to work, and they want to provide for my family. But on a larger scale, a bigger picture, I ain't doing this. We say we want to endure to the end of the say, but boy, there's more. There's much goes deep. The rabbit hole goes deep. As far as our seeds, if we're those men, I say that. If we're those men, there's examples in the scriptures as well. Yosef, I mentioned him earlier, man. He's the father of Ephraim and Manasseh. He endured what he had to endure, all the little things could be, we say little things, sometimes them little things are annoying, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes they say one man's medicine, the next man's poison, isn't it? So don't just say, oh, he's in prison and the woman tried to rape him. All kind of other stuff is going on. While he was in prison, did he have to lick down so many? I'm not saying that. Anyway, carry on.
Verse 12, their seed standeth fast, and their children for their sakes. Their seed shall remain forever, and their glory shall not be blotted out.
Carry on reading up to 17, and then we're going to stop.
Verse 14, their bodies are buried in peace, but their name liveth forevermore. The people will tell them of their wisdom, and the congregation will show forth their praise. Enoch praised the Lord, and was translated, being an example of repentance to all generations.
So we could spend a couple of minutes on that, really, but what he had to endure. Because the time he was living in, there was wickedness everywhere, man. We get pissed off saying, where is Enoch? Enoch did. Everywhere he turned, wickedness. He hears it. What they call the alphabet people, them there. Same thing they was doing. You understand? Going after men for unnatural uses. We see all that, and we have to see that now with the technology and things. With everything, we get to see all of that. It's a good thing. But then when we come out here, we're fired up. In prophecy. Read on, 17. That's the balanced side of seeing all these horrible things. That's the other side. Yeah.
Sirach 44 and 17. Noah was found perfect and righteous. In the time of wrath, he was taken in exchange for the world. Therefore, he left as a remnant onto the earth when the flood came.
Self-explanatory, man. Let's read up to 21. Read up to 21. Carry on.
18. An everlasting covenant was made with him, that all flesh should perish no more by the flood.
Oh, that's the right why we see the rainbow today. You see? See how deep? See how the precepts upon precepts upon precepts, man? The power of this word, singing that song, overturning strongly entrenched things, slicing up the wicked with the sword. See, some of us ain't been to school to learn how to slice swords. Spirit of the Lord, man. They come up and they get sliced up. That's why some of them say, some of them are licking their wounds even now as we speak. The people that came up earlier. Yeah, carry on.
Verse 19. Abraham was a great father of many people. In glory was there none like unto him.
See that? See, we're giving it credit where it's due. That's one thing that sportsmen know what to do. Fair sportsmen. When you lose, you bow down gracefully. Yeah, respect, you won. You know what I mean? But when you win, you take the credit, you take the glory. You know what I mean? You take the glory in the win. We got W, Abarazar. That's when we get beamed up. But the glory does really ultimately go to Yahushua. Thank you, Yehovah Hashem Yahushua, man. Abarazar. We endured. All of us, the family, because they are out there. Never gonna. I hope I never forget what he said. Elder Yashuamba. For those of us that make up into the chariots, he said it's going to be a family reunion. Ah, that's beautiful. Talk about families and all of that. You know what I mean? The generational curses. It wasn't in vain though. That's why we're another reason to endure. To meet our family, man. Family reunited in the spirit. Yeah? Read on, carry on. 21.
Verse 20, who kept the law of the Most High and was in covenant with him, he established the covenant in his flesh, and when he was proved, he was found faithful.
Yeah.
Therefore he assured them by an oath that he would bless the nations in his seed.
See why we're giving them glory, man? See, these are selfless. Selfless, that's the word. Selfless, it's all selfless. This word, we do this truth is selfless. We're not thinking about ourselves. We know sometimes we're going to get cursed out and looked and, cursed out or smited and rebuked and whatever the case may be, despised, opposition. But that's what we are actually stoic. We're learning, I should say, to become more selfless. Stoic. In the world, they teach you to be selfish. Take. And then you end up losing everything that you take anyway. You end up losing it because it wasn't merited. It wasn't blessed of the Lord. That's the difference between this truth. When you do things, talking about charity, giving cheerfully, you're lending to the Most High. In the world, you take, and someone comes and steals it. Because they built the treasures upon the earth. That's the difference. Carry on. That's why these men are merited. That's why they're the Most High given in their tombstone, written, subscribed in the heavens. And when we come back, as you mentioned, in the kingdom, it's all going to be all the glory they're going to get. It's a family reunion, man. And that's when it really starts. That's when life really starts. Yeah. Finish 21.
It's like man, just need to check. Even this right now is a family reunion.
Yeah.
Us brothers coming together because I didn't know you, I didn't know any of you. How is it that we can all come together and all speak the same thing and sing the same word? This is because we, Lord willing, of the elect who were the first fruits. And we're coming back together and we're seeing brothers in all kinds of countries doing the exact same thing, which is the fulfillment of the prophecy of Ezekiel 37. So even this right now is a family reunion.
Yeah. You might as well finish off the whole chapter because there's only one left now. Read down to 22.
I'll start 21 again.
Yeah.
Therefore he assured him by an oath that he would bless the nations in his seed, and that he would multiply him as the dust of the earth, and exalt.
That's beautiful, man. People talk about winning the lottery. Fuck. Man, there's bigger things going on in the lottery, man. Bigger things, man. But ultimately, just think about enduring to the end. Just think about enduring to the end. There's bigger things than all this, what this kingdom got to offer. Yahushua again goes into that in Luke 4 and also in Matthew 4. When they said to him, bow down and all these kingdoms will be given unto you. And he said, no. And there's bigger things going on in this kingdom. He showed that too. This is a whole another way of another aspect to Yahushua.
You said,
Yeah.
This is Wisdom of Solomon 5, starting at verses 1 and 2. Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the faces of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours. Here's the point. And when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. So our hope is beyond the realms of thinking of the masses of these people. What you talk about a so-called black man coming from the sky. You talk about UFOs beaming you up. You're talking about angels in chariots and all kinds of shit. Yeah, we are talking about that because that's what we can envision. That's what the scriptures have taught us to see. So when they finally see with their own eyes, it says that what men's hearts shall fail them for fear. They're not going to be able to comprehend these things. It's like seeing fish swimming in the sky or something. You don't expect to see that. And then you're going to be seeing chariots and everything. It's going to blow people's minds so far beyond all that they look for.
Yeah, that's it. Just read 21 and you might as well carry on speaking.
Alright, can't I?
Sirach 44 and 21.
22. Yeah.
With Isaac did he establish likewise for Abraham, his father's sake, the blessing of all men and the covenant, and made it rest upon the head of Jacob. He acknowledged him in his blessing and gave him an heritage, and divided his portions among the 12 tribes did he part them.
Yeah. So Yahushua again was Isaac again, man, to receive it, you see. The Most High's movie, man. The Most High don't make mistakes, man. You see. Anyway, I just say we're giving credit where it's due to Yahushua. enough said on that.
Can we speak?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna change gears for a little moment. I was watching a video last night when I was in bed. I believe it's from GMS Hawaii bar, if I'm saying the shout correctly. Shalom to that brother. Very edifying video, and it's funny because you know there's times when you'll be meditating on something in your mind, and then you go to a video and it's talking about the exact thing that you were thinking about, and that's what happened yesterday with his video. So I'm going to go into this. Basically, what it was is he was going into basically there was this couple of videos that were circulated. The first one was this woman, I believe it was on TikTok, some Edomite woman talking about how she's gone 75 days without showering. And her excuse for this, right, is that she's doing her best to help the planet, so she's trying her best to conserve water. Now, this was an Edomite woman, right? And I saw the clip, I think to myself, for fuck's sake, right? Because these Edomites don't understand anything about cleanliness and uncleanliness. And she's saying, oh, well, you know, I'm trying to do my bit for the environment, and we need to do our best to save water. I only use water for cooking. And like, she ain't showered for 75 days. Now, that's a woman, man. And that wasn't no old ass woman, it was like must have been in her mid-20s or something, Edomite. Then there's other videos of Edomites talking, saying, oh, yeah, I don't wash my hands when I go to the toilet. And she's like, oh, really? I'm so glad to hear you say that because I don't too. Yeah, what's the point? We're not touching anything. And I'm thinking to myself, this is some fucking foul shit, man. How are you going to tell me that a woman is going to go without washing her hands? And they're like, oh, yeah, I don't trust people to wash their hands. Then there was another clip that I watched of another Edomite, right? Talking about how he stopped showering and I think he didn't shower for like a year or two, and he wrote a book about it. And his excuse was, oh, well, I was thinking, and it didn't really make sense, you know. We have our bodies have what's known as a microbiome, and I wanted to do my best to preserve it. So basically, these Edomites were coming out of all these fucking excuses for uncleanliness. Now the point of the matter is that Jake ain't really like that. You know, Jake, you might see Jake that's bugged out in the street, and they've got demons on them, so they're unclean, but that's because demons love unclean things. Now my point is that, you know, it's a very common saying among Jake households is that cleanliness is next to godliness. Now I'll bring out another thing, and I'm going to get some precepts, right? I've had to be around a lot of mentally ill people in the past. And, you know, there's a lot of people who would be severely depressed, and but they've got spirits on them, right? Now, I saw another comment on another, because I was watching various videos about these Edomites not washing and shit, and there was a comment on the comment board, and it was saying, yeah, for anybody who's, and because there were basically people were cussing out Edomites for not washing, right? And then this person come on the comment board and were like, oh, if any of you have had severe depression, you understand what it's like, because a lot of times we're so depressed that we can't even be motivated to get out of bed. And that's true. I have seen people like that in my own experience who have been so depressed, they just lie there all day, they don't wash, they don't shave. Well, you're not supposed to shave, forgive me. They don't wash, they don't clean themselves, and they don't shower, and they're always fucking depressed. You know why they're depressed? Because the demons are attracted to the filth. When your body is unclean, more spirits will jump on you. So let's get some precepts on this, right? Because basically cleanliness, you don't just wash your hands or wash your body because it's a surface thing. It's actually a spiritual thing, because there's such a thing as spiritual uncleanness. So someone could get Leviticus the 15th chapter, Baba Kusha. But Edomites don't understand that because they're profane. They're outside the temple. Like Edomites, their level of perception and understanding of this world is only a fraction of what Jake is open to, because we're more spiritual by nature. You know, we perceive things on a higher and deeper level. Edomites don't do that. So if someone could read Leviticus 15 from verse 1.
This is Leviticus chapter 15 verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue, he is unclean.
Right, so if you have a running issue out of your flesh, that makes you unclean. So for example, if you cut your, like, let's say you walk past something sharp and you nick yourself and you get a cut, you're going to have a little bit of blood running out through your body. Guess what? That makes you unclean. And I've been very sensitive to that in the spirit. Like, because kind of with the condition I've got, it kind of ebbs and it flows, but there's sometimes where I'm like hypersensitive to spiritual things. I'll give a case in point, right? Actually, no, I'll bring this one out later. Keep reading.
Verse 3, and this shall be his uncleanness is in his issue. Whether his flesh run with his issue or his flesh be stopped from his issue, is his uncleanness.
Yep, keep going.
Every bed whereon he lieth that hath the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean.
See, Edomites don't understand stuff on this level, man. So basically, it's saying to you, as I said, let's use the hypothetical example. You accidentally cut yourself. When you sit on like your bed sheets, that's going to be unclean now. When you sit on a chair, it's going to be unclean now. Keep going. Or whatever you touch, basically. Keep going.
Well, verse 5, and whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water.
There you go. You're being told to wash yourself and wash your clothes and bathe yourself in water, man. Edomites don't understand these basic principles, but the vexing thing about this whole thing is that these are the people that are supposedly, well not supposedly, they are ruling over us at this present moment in time.
What verse is that?
Verse 5, Leviticus 15, verse 5.
Yeah, somebody get that verse in the blue letter and then go into some words.
Which word did you want me to?
Washing and water.
Leviticus 15 and 5.
I've got. Shall I wash? Do it for that one.
Yeah.
This is Strong's H 35 and 26. It says to wash by treading, be washed, perform the work of fuller, washer, fuller, shredder, to wash, garment, person, to be washed out.
What's the word there though?
What?
Should be khawabas.
Yeah, it's pronounced kavas.
Khavas.
Yeah.
Yeah, will be khawabas.
Khawabas.
Get what's that? Wash.
Can't.
Okay, get the word water where it says water there as well.
Water, the Hebrew word, this is Strong's H 43 and 25. Mayim,
Yeah.
watered, water of the feet, urine of danger, violence, transitory things, refreshment.
Okay. Now there's one more word to get, and I'll give it back to you, Caleb.
Yeah, you got it, man.
What verse you in again?
Leviticus
Verse
15 and 5.
5. Okay. There's those two, and then 1 second. The word bathe there as well.
Strong's H 73, 64. Rahas,
Yeah.
to wash off, wash away, bathe. To wash, bathe, to be washed, to wash oneself.
Now, when you go further into the Strong's Concordance, for wash, it gets into flowing water. So the point I'm making on the brother's point is that even when you take a shower or a bath, the water's stored in a tank somewhere.
Yep.
You know, so it's not even flowing, because water would, in the ancient world, water would be caught from the river, from a flowing source, because it's pure. That's why when you leave water in the same place, it gets stagnant.
Yeah.
So even the water we're using is defiled to wash.
Yep.
So it's just one big fucked up cycle, really.
You're right.
You know, you can't, even when you attempt to make yourself clean, you're not even clean.
That's a good point. And that shows that we can't keep the law in our estate. Because if you're washing from, like, your tank could be in your attic or whatever, you're sitting there in the bath. Now, that's not to say that you shouldn't bathe. We should do the best that we can with our circumstances, but it's still not a flowing source that we can actually draw from to clean ourselves properly. But even with that being said, Edomites are still adverse to the whole principle of cleanliness. If you can carry on reading Baba Kushaha Lawiya.
Leviticus 15 verse 5 again. And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even.
Keep going.
And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that hath the issue shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even.
So like I got it. With the word there, mayim, it says transitory things, meaning the flowing of the water. It's in
Yes.
transit. It's in constant flow.
Yep.
So really, if you want to be clean, you gotta go to like draw water from a river source.
Yep.
That's what the women would do in the ancient world. Go to the river and bring the water back to the house.
That's a good point.
You know, seawater doesn't make you clean
Yeah.
because that's a soap water. But you have to go to like a fountain, a flowing source, a waterfall.
Yeah.
That's where you get pure water.
And that's a good point because that shows how in the ancient world people were more appreciative of things. For example, having clean water, you know, in this society we don't have clean water coming through our taps anyway. But in this society, people are so used to just going to the tap and turning it open, and they're getting water. Whereas back in the ancient world, women would have gone and drawn water, either from a well or from a stream or whatever, and they actually bring that to the home. So that would make them more appreciative of these elements. You know, I'm just saying that so that to show the point that in this society people have become so lazy and complacent that even basic necessities of life, people don't even understand the real principles behind them. So keep reading.
This is Leviticus chapter 50 verse 6. And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that hath the issue shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even.
Right, so you're unclean until the evening. So on the day that you're defiled, you wash yourself, and it's not like you're okay. You just jumped out the bath or the shower. Yeah, now I'm clean. Now in the spirit, you do feel cleaner, but really that cleanliness only comes at the end of that day. So keep going.
Verse 7. And he that toucheth the flesh of him that hath the issue shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even.
Right, keep going.
And if he that hath the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in the water and be unclean until the even.
Right, so the Most High is taking this thing very seriously. Now we don't go around spitting on people, but there might be a moment where, you know, sometimes these things happen not for any fault of your own, but just because you're in the flesh. Like you might go to talk to someone, let's say the smallest little bit of spit comes out of your mouth. Let's say it's the brother's coat or something. Well, guess what? According to the Most High, now he's unclean too. That's how it all works. The Most High don't take things lightly. Now, another point I want to make, because there's a couple points, like video after video after video I was watching, and there was a common thread running through all of it, and it's that these Edomites are completely filthy and unclean creatures, right? Because there was another video I saw where these two parents were on some fucking talk show, some podcast or whatever, and they were talking about, yeah, we don't really give our baby a bath. And they're saying, yeah, well, you know, we don't really believe in it because they keep using this shit about microbiomes and we don't want to destroy their microbiome, using these fucking fancy words, right? And they're saying, yeah, we just didn't really see the point of it, so we only give her a bath occasionally just because she enjoys to splash around a little bit. Now, I know this to be of the truth because when I was a boy at primary school, you see these fucking Edomites children coming to school with all these fucking food stains on their jumpers from God knows how long, and you know they're just fucking filthy. Their hair's dirty. They're always playing in the mud and shit. And you're looking at these children thinking, what the fuck, man? Because when I was a little boy, primary school times, from as soon as I'd go out the house, my mum would be like, because when I was a child, I didn't have to wear school uniform at primary, but she'd set aside a certain set of clothes. These are the clothes you wear to school. These are the clothes you wear when you go home. So I'd go to school, be there, as soon as I come home, I'd be feeling filthy anyway. My mum would be like, take off your outside clothes, put your home clothes on. So you take those clothes off, and you don't put on them on the bed, because if you take them, like even with my jeans that I wear here, right? I never let these jeans touch my bed, because they feel filthy. Because I've been sitting on public transport and all kind of shit, right? I can feel within my spirit, if I was to go in my home, sit on my clean bed with these dirty jeans and I'm trying to sleep that night, I'll be fucking tossing and turning thinking, nah man, something don't feel right. Guess what? Because them sheets are now defiled, because according to the law, I've been in contact with unclean things, so therefore now I'm taking that pollution and I'm spreading it wherever I'm sitting in my home. So obviously there's different areas in your home, you might sit on the sofa or whatever, but even to this day, my whole concept is that the clothes I wear outside, as soon as I get home, I'm taking them off and I'm putting on my home clothes. That's just how it is. So, go on.
This is Job 30:8, speaking on the Edomites. They were children of fools. Yeah. Children of base men. They were viler than the earth.
Oh, and that's another thing, because as I said, one of these Edomite women who didn't shower for 75 days, right? I had the audacity to come out and say so she's trying to help the environment. There's a precept I want to get on that very point. Hang on, let's see if I can pull it there. Right, could someone get Revelation chapter 11 and verse 18, Baba Bishop? Actually, yeah. And could someone else get Isaiah 24 verse 5? We'll read Isaiah 24 verse 5 first, and we'll get Baba there.
So Revelation 11 and
Isaiah 24 verse 5 first. Yeah.
This is Isaiah chapter 24 verse 5. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinance, broken the everlasting covenant.
Right. The Lord saying the earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. Can someone also get Job 9? Job 9.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked, and then we'll get Revelation 18. Let him know. So the earth is defiled under the inhabitants of it. We've established that point, right? And why do you think the Most High destroyed the old world with the flood? Think about it, because according to the law, the earth was defiled. So therefore the Lord had to cleanse the earth, and he spared only 8 souls, which was Noah, his 3 sons, and their 4 wives, collectively, so that's 8 souls. So when the Most High destroyed the earth for its wickedness before, he done it through the means of a flood, which was to cleanse the earth. And also, how is the Lord going to destroy the earth the second time? Through fire. Because fire and water are both purifying agents. That's why, you know, when you have like a forest fire and things burn down, the soil then becomes more rich in nutrients. Like they talk about, if you grow flowers on the side of a volcano, they'll be more rich in nutrients because the earth is kind of rejuvenated by it having had that volcanic eruption. So that's going to restore the earth to a more undefiled state. And we're going to be able to preserve the earth in its undefiled state, and it's going to become paradise again, Aidan, which is Aidan meaning paradise. So read Job 9:24.
Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
Right, so who are the wicked according to the scriptures? We know that according to the book of Malachi, verses 1 to verse 4, it tells you that Esau are the wicked. Alright, so the earth has been given into their hand. So they're the ones who are fucking polluting the earth. Now read Revelation 11, 18 to 1.
Revelation 11 and 18. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
Read that last part again about destroying them which destroy the earth.
And shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
One more time.
And shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
Right, so the wicked, the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked. We established that. The earth is also defiled under the inhabitants thereof, and the Most High is going to destroy them which destroy the earth. So this Edomite talking shit about, yeah, I'm trying to save the planet by not washing for fucking 75 days because I'm trying to conserve water. that ain't gonna avail you to no benefit, because the Most High's already done said He's gonna destroy them, destroy the earth, and you sitting there fucking saving however many milliliters of water because you're too lazy to wash your own dirty ass. It's not gonna make a difference in the grand scheme of things, right? So we're gonna go back to
them bullshit. So that, bro. It's true. Them bullshit people. That's like a fucking Amazon fire, and they're taking a little water gun. Trying to out the fire. Like, how much water is she gonna save compared to the amount of wastage there already is?
Exactly.
She's just using that I'm trying to conserve water gig because she's dirty.
That's right.
It's just filthy.
That's right. Now this is good. It's good that you said that, because that takes me on to my next talking point. It's because it's a spiritual thing with them.
Yeah.
They actually love being filthy because they've got wicked spirits fucking with them, and they enjoy it. They enjoy their filth. Whereas with us now, if we're unclean, if you're in your right mind, you should know, look man, hey man, I ain't showered for 2 days, I smell like a dog. I need to do something. Like, another thing, when I was young, man, my mum used to say to me, man, like, you can't be going out there with your breath stinking and you smelling like shit, because it's offensive to people.
Yeah.
And it really is offensive to people, because think about it. If you're a clean person and someone's coming up to you, how you doing, man? I want to shake your hand. Now, and they're filthy, right? It might be Tom or Bob, the builder, who's just gone done, take a shit and wiped his ass, walked out the bathroom without washing his hands. Now he's trying to shake your hand. That's offensive. Now, in this world, obviously, we have to do our best to be peaceable with all men. But I'll be honest with you, I don't like shaking hands with people. I don't like I don't even like people touching me generally.
Sorry, brother. You gotta say it correct. Esau wipes once. I've seen videos of that. To conserve toilet paper, they wipe
One
once.
square.
One square and then that's it.
One and
I
done.
saw another video years ago of a woman saying, to save money, we spoke about a couple months ago. To save money, they use rewashable velvet cloth rather than toilet paper. So they're using the velvet cloth to wipe themselves.
And then they're rewashing that.
Rewashing it and using it again.
See, this is fucking filthy, man. There's other ones as well. Bringing it out, but let's get in on these Edomites, man. Edomite women talking about, I don't really have showers. And I'm not talking about old ass dusty crackers. I'm talking about young Edomite women who you might see on the street and think, oh, she's a nice looking Becky. But really, you don't know how Becky be behaving. Let me get into it, right? Because what is it? Becky and what's the other guy? What's the other Edomite name for a guy? No, that's the name for Jake. Becky and Todd.
Todd,
Yeah, Todd's another Edomite name, right? Becky and Todd don't bathe, man. That's the bottom line. Becky and Todd don't like to get in water. Now, you got these Edomites talking about, she's saying, oh, well, I don't really have a shower. I only have one shower, bathing every 6 days. And the guy was asking herself, once every 6 days? So like, when you get in the shower, do you wash your whole body, or what's your process? And she goes, oh, well, I get in first, and at first I'll use conditioner, and I'll rinse my hair, and then I'll use the shampoo, and then I'll get out. And then he goes to her, so you're telling me, right, you get in the shower, you use a conditioner on your hair, you use your shampoo, and then you get out? He's like, what about the rest of your body? And she's like, oh, well, I don't really need to, because the water just drips down my body anyway, so I'm pretty much done by then. And now this is, they call this clean. Now, let's get into the not to get too graphic, but let's use physics, right? If you get into a shower, the water's running down over you, right? Now, women have intimate parts, right? The water doesn't flow upwards into those intimate parts. So if you're not actually getting in and washing, how are you cleaning yourself? And this goes back to the principle that women really should be bathing rather than showering, because they have more hiding places. You know, they need to let the water into them places to properly clean themselves. You got it?
No, I was gonna say, get the scripture on the women that took 6 months
That would be in the book of Esther.
to prepare themselves.
Let me try and help you guys find it.
Because in this world, they say, a woman washing her box, right? Oh, now that's gonna give you infections. That's how backward this world is. They tell you that if you take care of the hygiene down there, it's gonna give you stuff. Are you crazy?
These people are completely filthy, man. This would be
That's 2 verse 2, chapter 2.
yeah, he's in chapter 2. Yeah.
It's in there.
No, Book of Esther's in the main scriptures. Esther chapter 2, starting from about
Verse 12. So we start.
start from about verse 2. No. Yeah. No. Hang on. What are you saying, Abraham? Oh, not Abraham.
Esther, I got one here in Esther 2 verse 12, but you said you wanted to go up, didn't it? Let me see.
No, that's the right one. Esther 2 and 12.
Yeah. Esther 2 and 12. Now when every maid's turn was come to go into the king Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of the women.
Right, 12 months. How many months in a year? 12. So it's like we're coming up to the time of the Passover. It tells us that we have to keep the lamb for a year. So there's a whole preparation process for the Pesach, which takes place 1 year before the actual Pesach starts. So in the case of the ancient women, their purification process started 1 year before. So read that again and read on.
Esther 2 and 12. Now when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of the women. For so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the women.
Right, did you want to say anything on that? That's a powerful scripture, man, because you can't even imagine how good their women must have smelled back then, man. Like, imagine you're sitting at home, right? You're in one room, and your woman's in some other room, but you could smell her. Like before she even come in the house, you could smell how fresh she smells. And you know, scents are very powerful because you know what a lot of these restaurants will do, like you know these what do you call it? They've got these extractor fans where they'll actually have the extractor fan from the kitchen blowing out onto the street, so that people walking past, like the Chinese takeaway or whatever, they'll smell the food cooking, and psychologically they'll smell it before they see it. So they're smelling it and thinking, I fancy some of this takeaway, and they'll go in their shop and they'll place the order. They know how to do that because they're trying to attract more customers. It's the same with the concept of the purification of a woman. Imagine like you smell how good she is, and you're gonna be like, wow, and then you realise it's more attractive, man. And that's how it should be. Whereas, could someone please get the scripture which talks about instead of sweet smell, stink? Can't. To show you how far we've fallen, man. Because we've got the basis of men ruling over us. And before you pull that one out, actually no, pull that one out and then I'll say it.
I got it here.
Oh, if you got it,
Yeah. Isaiah 3 verse 34. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink, and instead of girdle, a rent, and instead of well, set here baldness, and instead of stomacher, a stomacher, and girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty.
Right, so we're experiencing burning instead of beauty, man. You see a lot of these women, you could go on the videos on YouTube, like look at these celebrities without makeup, man. Honestly, it's like watching a fucking horror film, the shit you see. But that's what we're having to experience on this side because of the curses. But that's kind of like, I don't want to get into that point. I want to stay on the cleanliness aspect, because there's another thing, watching this other video, there's this Edomite sitting there talking. And what's interesting about social media is that it kind of puts a spotlight on what people would actually say when they're at home. Because before they'd be sitting around talking shit, but nobody would know. Now they're sitting around talking shit with the camera rolling, doing their podcasts, and they're basically putting their own filth out there for everybody to see. You have these two Edomite women, right, and they're talking about, yeah, I don't wash my hands when I go to the toilet. And they're like, yeah, what's the point? You're not really touching anything. So I'm like, come on now, man. Let's say a woman goes to do a piss, right? And they might have to wipe themselves. When they're wiping themselves, it's telling you you're not touching that filth. it's not going to get on your hands. Like, oh, I don't need to wash my hands. Now, there's something else about women. A lot of you guys should be wary of women with long nails, because basically bacteria grows on surfaces. So if there's a woman with long nails and, you know, she's fiddling around in private parts and she's not washing her hands, where's that bacteria going? You know, exactly. So, but furthermore, they went on to say, yeah, and I don't know why guys wash their hands either. It's actually the Edomite psychology, man. They'll try and twist things to make it make sense, but it's just madness, right? She's like, yeah, I don't understand. Like, if a guy has to wash his hands after he goes to the toilet, that means his dick's dirty. So if his dick's dirty, then what does that say about him if he's washing his hands? And then she says, yeah, I said that, and I got all kinds of people sending me hateful comments about it, like, you're talking shit. Like, and all these guys are saying, yeah, I wash my hands, I wash my hands. And she's like, yeah, I thought people were going to be like, oh, yay, queen, you go. But no, people were having a go at me. And she looked shocked by that. She looked shocked by the fact that people were actually getting on her for being a filthy, nasty bitch, man. So let's keep going back in Leviticus 15, chapter 15. We're going to go through more of these laws. Because by nature, women are naturally more unclean than men anyway. Because by their nature, women have issues of blood once every month. Whereas a man might cut himself on a random, he's not really going to have as many situations where he's going to have issues of blood, where he needs to wash himself. But women have that regularly every month. We're going to keep reading.
This is Leviticus chapter 15 verse 8. And if he that hath the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even.
Right, keep going.
And what saddle soever he rideth upon that hath the issue shall be unclean.
Right, so what saddle he rideth upon shall be unclean. In this modern age, we don't really ride on horseback so much, but we travel on cars, we travel on planes, we travel on trains. And as we know, cars are measured in horsepower. So when you're sitting on the train, you're essentially sitting on the saddle because you're riding a chariot, a vehicle, which is taking you from one place to the other. So it's kind of the same as sitting on a horse's saddle, right? So when you got all these people on public transport, they're there, you got these heathens that will shit, as you say, and don't wipe their ass with one square. Some people don't even wipe their ass at all. They just shit, pull up and they walk out the bathroom. Then they're coming and sitting on the public transport seat. They get off. You walk on there not knowing anything, you're sitting on that same seat. Well, guess what? Now you're defiled. You know, real talk, man. That's why a lot of times I really hate having to leave my house, man. And that's not to say, you know, I'm super clean or I'm super righteous now, because we can't, you know, all our righteousness is filthy rags. But in every case, whenever I take a bath and I have to walk outside my home, as soon as I step out my house, it's like, whoop, I'm feeling all the filth and evil spirits jumping on me. Then when I get to the bus stop and these people, like, they walk up and they stand next to you, you can literally feel the demons on them. It's like they're going, and you know, they're going like that in the spirit, and you're like, what the fuck, man? That's how it feels. There was something else I was going to say before, a little testimony. Let me see if it comes back to me. Yeah. So years ago, I used to work in the art world, and I used to work at a school of drawing and painting. And we used to have life models coming in there. So you get these different girls coming in, and in Esau's art world, it's all about female nudity, male nudity. So a lot of times in these art classes, you have these women coming in, they'll sit there, they'll get naked, and people will be drawing and painting or whatever. Which is off, really. It's really off, a whole off thing, but that's their whole setup. But I was working there years ago, and we used to have people coming in, it was in a big hall. And sometimes you might have, you know, 20 students, and you'd have like two areas. We'd have two models, one at this end and one at that end, and people stand around in circles with their paints and whatever, drawing that one, and someone else drawing that one. And I set the whole thing up to get the class started, and I'd gone out to use the bathroom. And when I came back in, the class was already underway, and as soon as I walked in the hall, it's like my spider sense started tingling. I was thinking, something's off. Someone's had an issue with blood. I could just sense it. Now this is a full hall of people. I'm thinking, no, something's right. Someone's unclean here, man. I'm thinking, what the fuck is it, right? And I walked, and I looked at the far end, and there was a model laying on the sheets on the ground. And because it was what you have is standing poses, seated poses, reclining poses. Reclining poses, someone's lying down, right? She was lying on the sheet, and she had her knickers on, but the knickers were see-through, and she had a, what do you call it, a menstrual pad underneath that, which showed she was on her period. So basically, as soon as I walked in the room, I'd sensed someone's unclean, and you know, for the process of elimination, I saw, yeah, this bitch is unclean, and she's sitting on the filthy sheets, man. And I could sense that as soon as I walked in the damn room. But that's one of them times when I was going through a state where I'm more spiritually heightened. Now, the sad thing about that job is that I had to clean up all that shit afterwards. So I'd be picking up them same dirty sheets, and I have to carry them down to the storage room, and I'd be feeling all unclean and defiled. So as soon as I get home, first thing I have to do is jump in the shower, take them clothes off, put them in the wash. And when I was meditating on this and meditating on these laws, it all made perfect sense. Because that's why I was feeling so unclean, because I touched things which someone which was unclean had also touched. You know? Keep going.
Go on, Leviticus chapter 15 verse 10. And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the even.
There you go. That just confirms exactly what I said. Keep going.
And he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water,
Yep.
and be unclean until the even.
Right. Now, when you're in that kind of state where you're not clean, that's when demons will start attacking you more. You know, you're going to start to have these weird ass thoughts, or, you know, it'll just make you more susceptible to demonic attacks, man. That's why it's good to observe these things and try and adhere to them as much as possible. Keep going.
Verse 11. And whomsoever he toucheth that hath the issue, and hath not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even.
Yeah, keep going.
And the vessel of the earth that he toucheth, which hath the issue, shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water.
There you go. So you're supposed to clean your house as well, man. Clean items in your homes. That's another thing that Edomites don't like to do. There's another one as well. A lot of these Edomites that don't wash. Yeah, I don't have showers. I don't use baths. I just use baby wipes. I mean, come on, man. You can't be fucking... You're a grown-ass woman and you're fucking cleaning yourself with baby wipes. That's something that you'd expect... I don't even know how to describe it, man. Or because you want to save water. It's not saving water. You're too fucking lazy, man. And you don't want to observe the things that the Most High said, because remember, Esau is profane. Outside the temple, man. He can't. That's why them small hats look so off, man. You saw them, a month or two ago, man. Time flies. You saw them fucking crawling out of the damn gutters like the rats they are, man. You can't make this shit up. That's why, like, you know, sometimes you're on the train, you see these small hats standing there. They just look all kind of off, all awkward and mash up, and they look completely filthy, man. Because they, as you read, was it Job 30 verse 8? They're the basest of men. But these are the people that we've got ruling over us. And there's another one as well, man. These Edomites don't wash themselves, and they don't wash their food either. Like, when it comes to cleaning meat, they'll just straight out of the packet, straight in the oven, man. They don't wash their meat, they don't do nothing like that. And even the law talks about when there are certain offerings made, how the priest was supposed to cut the, let's say that they're doing a lamb, they cut it into certain portions, they'd wash it, and then they make the offering on the fire. The law goes into all this stuff, man. As I said earlier when Arya was talking, there's no area where that's not covered by the scriptures, man. Everything. You got it?
You know what I'm saying? And then the one thing that they do with the food, and they think they're doing something great, but it's even wrong, is these small hats, they won't mix dairy with meat.
Because they say you're not supposed to see the kid in his mother's
but then
milk.
that's speaking about not to have the animal that's still sucking on the mother's breast, man.
Yeah.
And then to show you that there was a case where they actually mixed it, when Abraham had a guest, he gave him meat and cheese with milk. It's in the scriptures. So if they're saying, well, we follow the Torah and you can't mix dairy with meat, so why the fuck did Abraham do that, man?
Yep.
Because it's not talking about that. You can mix dairy and meat. It's talking about the kid in sucking his mother's milk, man.
Exactly. That's
So
the
the one food law they bang on about, they interpreted it wrong, and then in every other area of the culinary arts, they're wrong
Yep.
and filthy.
And that brings me on to another point as well. You know how small hats do their circumcisions by sucking the rod or the baby, man? It clearly said in the law, right? If a man have an issue of blood, he's going to be unclean. So how can you tell me you're circumcising a baby, then sucking its rod with your mouth and acting as if that's a clean act? You shouldn't be sucking no baby's rod anyway. That's off, man. But the fact that they do that, and people go, oh yeah, these are the people of the Bible. How can you even say that? See, this is the thing. That's the danger of ignorance, man. The danger of ignorance is that the wicked can deceive you very easily.
Well, that thing with the law, though, in all fair, not promoting what they're doing, but in all fairness, the child ain't considered unclean because he's not 12 yet. They're not under the law. So when a baby gets circumcised, they're not unclean.
That's a good point.
Even though they're bleeding, because they're not under the law until they're 12. But still, that's not a grey area to go give a child that.
Yeah.
That's bullshit, man. That's really perverse.
Exactly.
You know?
And that shows who they are, man. Like, even when they try to claim that they're keeping the law, they can't do it because the law was never given to them. So we don't worry.
All right, Leviticus, he said 12. Leviticus 15 verse 12. And the vessel of the earth that he toucheth, which have the issue, shall be broken, and every vessel of the wood shall be rinsed in water.
Right, keep going.
And when he that have an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing,
Yep,
and washing his clothes,
yep,
and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean.
yep. Keep going.
And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and give them unto the priest.
Right, so there's a whole offering process involved in that as well. Now, we don't do those offerings anymore because Yahushua was the ultimate sacrifice. But in principle, it goes to show you the depths of how deep being unclean goes. It's more than just a surface thing, because these Edomites, they're very preoccupied with the spirit, with the physical. They just look at things on a very surface level. Oh, well, you know, my hands don't look clean, so I'm not dirty. In their mind, that's how an Edomite can justify it. Oh, I haven't got mud on my hands, so I'm not dirty. Well, no, it don't work like that. You got to
Just to qualify what you said about the sacrifices, Yahushua nullified the sacrifice of sin. So in the kingdom, we're not going to go off anyway. But that's the sacrifice that he fulfilled. But there's many, as you're talking about uncleanliness, there's many other types of sacrifices. There's the peace offering, there's the unclean offering, as with, you know, the turtle doves and stuff. So in the kingdom, will we be sacrificing? The answer is yes.
Yes, for those things.
For those things. And that's why it's important to understand them, because we're still going to have to officiate these other sacrifices and laws. We won't need a peace offering, because that's already made, and we won't need a sin offering. But all the other offerings, when those certain circumstances come about, we'll be keeping them.
That's a good point. I remember you asked a question a while ago. Will we be unclean in the kingdom?
Of course.
But like you said, you're going to have the best of 2 worlds, isn't it? So you're going to
Yeah, of course we're going to, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Uncleanness and sin is 2 separate things.
separate things.
There's nothing wrong with being unclean.
Right.
It's about rectifying it.
Yep.
But sin is different. Because when you have sin, because that means the scripture says, be fruitful and multiply. That means the Lord is already commanding you to go into a state of uncleanliness. Because you've got a popular woman.
Yep.
So there's nothing wrong with being, there's times when you shouldn't be unclean, like the Sabbath,
Yep.
like the high holy days. So that's when we say, no, that's in Isaiah, do not thy pleasure on the Sabbath days. But outside of that, being in a state of uncleanliness, and that's, the issue with that is English. The English word rendered there gives it a connotation that it really doesn't have in Hebrew. Being unclean, there's nothing wrong with being unclean.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's different from sin. Because in the kingdom, listen, man, we need to bring back the nation.
Exactly.
We're going to stay unclean.
Yep.
In the sense of the flesh.
Yep.
You know, except from the Sabbath and high holidays.
It's a beautiful thing how you said that. I remember about a year ago, Elder Pastor Howe was saying Sex is not a sin. It's
sin.
only unclean. That's all it
Makes
is.
you unclean. There's a difference between unclean. Oh, Brockfair
Yeah,
Bashim
roughly how much you know outside. And that's beautiful because we were talking about the cleansing of the earth.
Oh yeah, the rainbow right ahead.
Oh, rainbow.
Yeah, right by the tree.
Yeah. Could someone get me, did you get Genesis the 9th chapter about Bashar?
Same thing with women. Even though our women are going to be made perfect, are they going to have periods in the kingdom?
Yes.
Yes, they will. Because if they had periods in Genesis,
Yep.
that was paradise. I done. You know?
The difference being, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they're not going to suffer the pains though.
They won't suffer the pains.
Pleasurable.
They won't suffer the period pains, and they won't have pain in giving birth.
Yep. And none of our children in the kingdom are going to be stillborn. So that we're not going to be playing the roulette of, my baby's been in, what do they call it? My woman's been pregnant for 8 months, but I don't know, is the baby going to be stillborn? There's not going to be none of those questions in the kingdom. You're going to know from the minute that you have sex with your woman and she receives the child, you're good, man. There's not going to be none of our children, being aborted or being stillborn or having premature or having deformities at birth. That's going to be all on the other nation. But our children are going to be all good, man. Just because we saw a rainbow here, and we're talking about the whole concept of cleanliness and how the Most High cleansed the earth through the first flood. Just going to read a bit in Genesis 9 about the rainbow. I think from about verse 6, Brother Fisher. Want to start from 6? Something about 10 or 11. Yeah, go on.
Genesis 9, starting at 10. Let me start at 9. Let me start at 8. Genesis 9 and 8. And the Most High spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you.
Hold on a second. What does verse 6 say, you see? Yeah, you're good. Read from where you are.
That's fine. Genesis 9 and 9. And I, behold, and I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you.
Right, so what is a covenant? A promise. And the Most High is not a man that you should lie. So when the Most High says something, that's it. It's set. So he said he'll establish his covenant with his seed, with Noah and his seed after him. Go on.
Yep. And with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off anymore by the waters of a flood.
Right, so the Most High made his covenant that he'll never destroy the earth with the waters of a flood again. That was a one and done. Yeah. Keep going.
Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And the Most High said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations.
Yep.
I do set my bow in the cloud.
Yep.
And it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud.
That's right.
And I'll remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh.
Right, so it's a beautiful thing. When you see a rainbow, that was sanctioned by the Most High. It didn't just appear on a random by some fucking leprechaun with a pot of gold somewhere, sitting there like, yee, Lucky Charms and shit. That's not what rainbows represent. Nor does it represent homosexuals, Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. That's a sign from the Lord saying that, look, man, I'm showing you through my covenant, I will never destroy the earth by the means of a flood again. But there was a time when that was necessary because the earth, also in the I think they call it antediluvian world, being in pre-flood world, the world was steeped in wickedness. Now we've got a brief account in the book of Genesis of the things that were going on in the ancient world, but what you've got to remember is that there's nothing new under the sun. So a lot of the things we see now, trannies running up and down, men with men, women with women, all kinds of madness and debauchery. Do you think it wasn't happening in the world before the flood? It was happening then. So we're in a situation now where we're once again at the apex of wickedness and evil, and this time the Most High is going to have to destroy the world the second time this time it's going to do it through another cleansing agent, which is the element of fire. That's how the earth is going to be cleansed again. But the beauty of it is that once this second destruction comes and goes, it's never going to have to happen again, because the Israelites are going to be in their heavenly bodies, so we're not going to be going off anymore. So therefore, although the other nations will be sinning, the earth isn't going to be defiled because of them, because we're going to be holding them to the standard that is spoken of in the scriptures. So Esau's not going to be defiling the land through not keeping land Sabbaths. He's not going to be encouraging people through his media to be committing adultery and all this other madness. All this wickedness, all it does is it destroys the earth in which we're living. Keep going. Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing that the Lord put the bow in the eastward direction at the end of the Sabbath.
Wow. Oh, end of the Sabbath.
Sabbath,
Too, yeah.
the sun's going down, yeah.
This is 2 Peter 3 and verse 6, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire, the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men.
There was a good point you made in there. Are by the same word kept in store. So as I said, the Most High is not a man that he should lie. So that same promise that he's not going to destroy the earth by means of a flood, yeah, but it means he's going to destroy it with the fire. Could someone get Isaiah 66 verse 15, double to show? Hold Leviticus 2. Don't let that be 15. Yeah, Leviticus 15, hold that. But also go to Isaiah 66 15. Right.
So that is Isaiah what?
66 verse 15. See, this is another thing, man. The Most High speaks, but people don't hear it, man. He speaks through his signs. The sign of the rainbow, man. The Most High is not going to speak from his throne and be like, I'm reminding you of my covenant, but it's down to you to know the scriptures, so that when you do see these signs, you can hear the voice of the Lord in your head. As the brother just read Genesis, the 9th chapter, from about verse 12, when we see these signs, hold on. When we see these signs, right, be it the chariots or the signs in the moon, you've got your blood moons, your eclipses and everything else, and when we see the rainbows and stuff, that should be a trigger in our head which should click a scripture to play. So whenever I see a rainbow now, the first thing I'm thinking of is that covenant that was made between the Most High and Moses. We're going to cover it with the umbrella for water. So what did I call for Isaiah 66?
This is Isaiah 66 verse 15. For behold, the Lord Yahweh will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire.
Yeah, keep going.
For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and be slain of the Lord shall be many.
Right, so many people are going to be slain, because when Yahweh sends his fire and his fury, which is coming with Yahweh and his chariots, and also with the ICBMs, you know, the world is going to feel that fire, man. Now, predominantly Babylon the Great, because that's where a lot of the wickedness is being pushed out from. That's going to be the what they call it, ground zero for the destruction. But other parts of the earth are going to get touched too, and the earth is going to be restored. A lot of all these elements that you've got flying around that Eastern spraying, all the chemtrails in the air and shit, the fire is going to destroy all those pollutants, and we're going to see the earth in its original state, bringing forth abundantly, which is what it was supposed to be doing in the first place. Now, there was another point I wanted to make briefly on about the signs. Could someone get 2 Ezra 9 from verse 1 by Sure. Kind of changed it up a bit because you saw the sign or the rainbow, but I just want to touch on that. And also, what I'm saying about the uncleanliness of these Edomites, that should be a sign unto you of who these different nations are. You know, because the different nations have different characteristics and traits. And one of the characteristics of Edomites is that they're very base people and that they don't wash. Could someone also get me Genesis 27 from about, hold on. Hold on to that, we're going to go to that in a minute. We're going to get Genesis 27 first.
Start from where?
I'm just going to find it for you. Right. About Esau not washing, right? Can someone get me Genesis 27 from about 21? Because if you got, what you got to remember is that there's two different spirits at work here. If you remember, it talks about Jake being a plain man dwelling in tents, and Esau being a man on the field, a cunning hunter. So being a man on the field meant that he was all up in the world, outside in the outdoors, you know, sitting in bushes, you know, covering himself in goat shit so that the animals can't smell him, so that he can sneak up on them and slay them. That's the kind of nature of Esau as a man. So what's happened is that his descendants have a lot of those similar traits and characteristics in this very time. Likewise, we've got the traits of our forefather Jacob, which is the complete opposite of Esau. That's why Jake usually, you know, a common saying in Jake Holmes is cleanliness is next to godliness. It's a very different spirit that we have as Israelites, you know, that you see Edomites and they don't really have that. So get what I'm talking about.
Genesis 27 started 21. And Isaac said unto Jacob, come near, I pray thee.
Right. Let me break that down. So basically this is the account where Isaac wanted to bless Esau, his son, and Esau went out to hunt venison. But I believe it was Rebecca put Esau's garments on Jacob and sent him in to receive the blessing, but Isaac was blind. How did Isaac identify Esau? Keep reading.
Right, and it reads, I pray thee that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac, his father, and he felt him, and said, the voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau.
Because Esau was a hairy man. Keep going.
And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's hands.
Keep going.
So he blessed him. And he said, art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison.
I think you missed the verse, haven't you? Bear me a second, I'm just pulling it. Right, so yeah, jump down to verse 26 and I'll
Okay.
for what?
No worries. Genesis 27 verse 26. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said,
Right, read that part again. And he smelt.
right, and he came near and kissed him, and he smelled of his raiment.
Right, so Esau never used to wash his clothes, right? Because he smelled like the field. Because he was always out in the field hunting the various animals. So when Isaac wanted to identify if this is indeed his son Esau or not, what did he do? He smelled his raiment and his clothes stank. Now what does that say to you about the difference between Jacob and Esau? Isaac could have identified Jacob because Jacob wouldn't have had that scent about him. So Jacob had to put on Esau's raiment because his clothes stank, man, because he was an unclean sack of shit. Read on.
Right. He smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Lord our power hath blessed.
Well, there you go. That's the point on that.
Yeah, just on that point, even though he's done, the point is that it's more like a field, man. Because you know you're outside in the park, especially as a kid, man. You know, come back smelling like grass and that.
Yeah, rolling, like you're playing football, you're skidding and whatever.
Yeah, you know, so although that's the right smell for the outside, you know, the natural thing is to come home and wash them.
Yep.
But Isa don't do that, man. He just, he would just. But anyways, the brother was speaking about, you know, physical cleanliness and that. So, you know, you can do the flip side and talk about the spiritual cleanliness. You know, let's get that washed by the washing of the word.
Yeah, gotcha. This is Ephesians chapter 5, starting at verse 26. It says that he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
Yeah, so you read up a bit.
This is Ephesians. I'll start about 25, 5:25. Husbands, love your wives, even as Hamashiach also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he might sanctify and cleanse it by the washing of water by the word, that he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having any spots or wrinkles or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. Yeah,
Read it to it, go on.
I read the point. Let me read again. Ephesians 5:25. Husbands, love your wives. Actually, there's another one. Let me get down now. Where shall no,
It wasn't the word.
yeah, that was the one. But there's another one.
I read that one again.
Okay, right. Ephesians 5:25 again. It says, husbands, love your wives, even as Hamashiach also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
Yeah, so the church is the body of believers. Greek the ecclesia, those who've been called out, the elect, man. Okay? Sanctify, which means sanctified goes back to sanctus in the Latin, meaning to make clean. So to clean it by the washing of the word, man. Because you got Israelites out there that they want to purify their way, they want to get a more hands-on approach to life, but they're going through these other pathways and other mediums. When they go to Christian church, Catholicism, Baptist, Pentecostal, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, Islam, yeah, you know, they all, whatever, man, you know, and they're trying to set their path straight, and it ain't gonna work like that, man. So the washing, you know, that's like them trying to wash themselves in orange juice, man.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't you're washing, but it's not the right substance, man. You know, the washing comes by the water, man, the word. So as the brother spoke about physicality of it, there's also a spiritual side, man. And that spiritual side is to be made clean, okay? And we're washed when we come into this word, man. You know, because what the ideologies of the world is the filth that was on us previously. But then you learn of your Yahushua, you learn of the truth of the Bible, you know, essentially getting on board with the doctrine. That's the dirt and the spiritual filth of the world, the old man, that old mindset being washed off, and the clean one being put on.
Yeah, to back you up, because look at the words it uses in the scriptures, in a lot of the Gospels. Here's an example. Mark 7:25. For a certain woman whose daughter had an unclean spirit heard of him and came and fell at his feet.
Yeah, because you got, even the spirits have like vibrations to them, man. You know, a clean a vibration, a clean spirit. You got unclean spirit. An unclean spirit is what? It's a demon, man.
Yep.
That's what an unclean spirit is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like a nasty, airy, cold vibe. And we as beings on the earth have the ability to possess a right-hand spirit, because we're all possessed. We're all under the authority of a higher power. We want to be under the authority of what? The Holy Spirit, man. That's a righteous, clean, right-hand spirit. But then you got demons, whereby it's cold and nasty, man. So that woman's daughter, she was possessed by what? She was possessed by an unclean spirit, a devil, a demon, man. Okay. Let's continue on that. Right. With the Israelites, teach the Bible. Yeah.
No, because I always see when I walk past a different
Okay. Yeah, now we teach the Bible, you know, and just current events, from the beginning onto the what's going on right now. Yeah. You familiar with the Bible or?
Yeah, very familiar.
Yeah, Christian would you say?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well we teach
It
the
was
Bible.
nice to see you around anyway, because I was seeing you out in the rain. I was thinking, like, he's okay.
No, thank you. No, we're good, man. We're
Yeah?
good. We're
Oh,
good.
good.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
then. See you later.
Have a good
Yeah.
evening, yeah? Alright, bye. Yeah, see you.
Helen,
Yeah.
do you want this? Do you want this?
Sure.
The water.
This is Matthew, forgive me, Mark 7 and 25. For a certain woman whose daughter, young daughter I should say, had an unclean spirit heard of him and came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, Syrophoenician by nation. Thank you. Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. But Yahushua said unto her, let the children first be filled, for it is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it unto the dogs. And she answered and said unto him, yes, Lord, yet the dogs under the table eat of the children's crumbs. And he said unto her, for this saying, go thy way, the devil is gone out of thy daughter.
Yeah, 'cause, so she was showing persistence in the spirit, and the Lord said, cool, because you had a positive attitude about it, then the demon's gonna come. So that unclean spirit came out of her daughter, man. Because guess what? Unclean spirits make you do unclean things. Let's get the one where the people was cutting themselves
Yeah, with stones
with
and
stones and that. That's what demons make people do, man.
Oh, Salakia, man. I'm gonna overtalk you, but yeah, when I used to go to these different therapy groups and shit, there'd be Edomites in there talking about, I've been cutting myself,
Yeah.
and they'd be cutting themselves with razor blades, and there'd be known cutters, right? So they'd do it in places where they were hiding it, so like inside of their thighs and shit. But that's what these Edomites be doing, man.
It's a demon on it, man. Because what it is, we were talking about it yesterday, is that feed me, all demons are feed me demons. You gotta feed it whatever its demonic type is. Yeah? So certain demons, what they want to do is create an environment of filth and uncleanliness, because you've got an issue of blood, right? And they want to also inflict pain, as a sacrifice unto Satan, essentially, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you mentioned you got the people that cut themselves. You had another one, people used to cut their wrists.
Yep.
Ex-cutters, you'd wear a short sleeve.
Yeah, you see them.
You see it, and it's like, ooh. So certain people, they know their children have got like issues, so they have to limit the access they have to particular materials.
Yeah.
They got to access how much rope there's around in the house.
Yeah.
Curtain wires, fucking knives and shit. Like, people say, I'm stressed, Yeah, but guess what? In the spirit, it's just a demon, man. Or a multitude of demons plaguing a person. Another thing demons give people excessive strength.
Yes, they do.
That's in the scriptures. They no matter how much they chain the man down, read it.
I'm going to read the whole chapter. It's Mark 5 from verse 1. And they came over unto the other side of the sea, into the country of the Gadarenes. And when he was come out of the ship, immediately, it's just like sometimes the demons just come out, Immediately, there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit.
See, let's just stop right there. Out of the tombs, man. But what's in the tombs? Dead men's bones. Let's say what Yahushua said. Dead men's bones and all manner of corruption.
Yeah.
Because when a person dies, the spirit leaves the body, and then what happens? That corpse now is considered unclean. So if you touch, in some cases you have to touch dead bodies, man. It could be a family member, whatever. You may work in that profession, right? Well, you're constantly in a state of uncleanliness. But you gotta wash them, you gotta wrap them up, put the spices on them. That's why it's our Hebrew Israelite culture that when a person dies, before the sun sets again, they have to be in the ground. Case in point, at the end of the Sabbath, the sun just set, right? So let's just say somebody died and we got to bury them. Before tomorrow evening sunset, they have to be in the ground.
Yeah.
So all that the viewing of the body, and
Weights and
yeah,
shit,
keeping them on ice and all that shit. That's demonic, man.
like the Queen, a few days,
Yeah.
a whole week she was lying in state.
In
and shit.
state. That really goes back to Egyptian culture, man. You know, trying to embalm the body and preserve it and stuff it, and that's all bullshit, man. We're as Israelites, and Kala Yahweh Shem Shai, this is a right we won't have to officiate in the kingdom, 'cause we ain't gonna die. But, you know, on this side, how it's meant to go is that when a person dies, man, you wash the body, put the spices on it to counteract the stink, and then you put them in the tomb, man. You put them in the ground. That's how it's meant to go. But the point is, graveyards naturally carry a weird vibration.
For sure.
You know, people see spirits in graveyards, man.
Yeah.
You know, I know some people back in school, they wanted to like walk through the graveyards thinking it's fun. I didn't do it. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, bro? But then the next day they came back, we were seeing stuff. Yeah, you were seeing stuff because spirits,
Dwell in places like that.
demons like filth, man. I remember one time when I used to live up in the Midlands, there was it was a small graveyard opposite like a place I had to go, right? And I could have gone the long way around, but then there's a shortcut road, but it's adjacent to the graveyard. So instead of me going up the hill and taking an extra 20 minutes, I used to cut through this back road. But the back road was showing the back part of the graveyard. Now what did you have? You had these Edomites, you know these secret societies, union that. Edomites, naked with ties on, drinking beers, just chilling in the graveyard. But that's an Edomite spirit because they like the spirit of death, that airy, cold vibration. Yeah, mate, yeah. Just chilling at a graveyard. It's like, what are you doing, bro? You're a fucking weirdo, man.
Yeah.
You know? That's what happens, man. This guy was chilling in tombs because the evil spirits fought at home there.
Yeah.
Well,
Verse 3, Mark 5, verse 3. Who had his dwelling among the tombs, and no man could bind him, no, not with chains, because that he had been often bound with fetters and chains, and the chains had been plucked asunder by him.
you see? Where do you hear about fetters? In Deuteronomy, it's about fetters of iron, man.
Yeah.
You put that in Google, you're gonna see them big ass iron chains for the neck, chains for the wrist, chains for the feet. You can't, a normal person can't break out of that.
Yeah.
Once you're in them chains, that's your ass shackled up. But the reason why he could pluck them is because the demons give people power, man.
Yeah.
Okay? Demons give people power like extraterrestrial force, man. You know, the power of the demons also inhabit that host. That's why you can have like I've seen it, man. You can have like a little girl like 10 and like you got two big grown men trying to restrain her. It's not working out. Why is it not working out? It's not, where did she get that power from? She got that power from the spirits, man. So the spirits carry power about it, man. You know? That's how it is, man. So they used to chain him up. You know, restrain him. Keep him down. He's cutting himself. He's a havoc. He's a menace to society. Chain him up. They chained him, and whenever they chained him up, the demons riled up and came out of them chains, man. Which shows you that the scriptures is true when it says we wrestle not against flesh and blood. This ain't a carnal thing of like, well, you know, if I put him in a chain, you know. Because on the right hand side, who got chained up also? Apostle Paul and Silas.
Yeah.
And you had an angel come in then and bust open the chains and the doors.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing on the right hand side. You can't really put it down to carnality of the circumstance. At the end of the day, no matter who the host is, it's going to get a level of power because it's being manipulated by a higher source. Now that higher source can be of a right hand energy or it can be of a left hand energy. In my man's case here, it was a left hand energy, man. Go on.
This is Mark 5, verse 4 again. And the chains have been plucked asunder by him, and the fetters broken in pieces, neither could any man tame him. And always night and day he was in the mountains and in the tombs, crying and cutting himself with stones.
You see, crying and cutting himself because them demons, that's what they do. They drive you into a dark place, man. You know, people that are depressed, that's why they say, you know, they're always in the room by themselves, you know, they're wailing because it's spirits that's manipulating them to be in a dark place, man. You know, and demons come to brothers, man. You know, out of nowhere in the house, you start feeling depressed. You start thinking that there's no way forward. You know, you just want to sit there. And it happens, it's the flesh. But then that's why we gotta pray, because all that is a demonic spirit coming into the room, like you were saying with the uncleanliness, right? You'd be at a bus stop and the demon's like, jumping off the other person, trying to jump on you. It's the same thing with demons of depression and doubt and worry. You know, that's why the scriptures. Let's get that. The arm, you know, we talked about the armor, the shield of faith and that. Because what happens is, you can have a small moment of where like you're not prayed up enough, and then you'll be in the house by yourself, right? You're all bubbly at the camp. You're in the house by yourself eating your dinner, and a demon comes through the window. Now all of a sudden, oh man, I'm sad. War. Suicidal demons, man. You know, brothers had that, man. Suicide, just kill yourself. You know, bro, I mean serious, man. You're in the underground station, the train's coming, and the demon just says, just jump. Man, just go for it. And the demon will even start telling you the truth. The demon will be like, well, you're going to the Lord, Eddie. Oh, wow. The spirit's out here, man. Okay?
Can I just say something, right? What you're saying is so powerful, because I think it was yesterday, the day before yesterday, I opened the front door and there's this man that lives near me. And he's got hella demons on him. When he walked past, because I didn't know he was passing, I opened the door at the same time, I was all spiritual. When he walked past me, right, he goes, "You're right, mate," and this guy's always drunk. All the time drunk, 24 hours a day he's drunk. When he walked past me, when I shut the door in him, man, I tell you something, Kanan, I felt so, you have to pray up, man, you have to pray up. I felt so negative, right? And all he said to me, he said, "You're right, mate."
That's enough.
That was it. "You're right, mate." But the thing is, he walked exactly the split second I opened the door to look out.
I'm not trying to be funny as well, but brothers, man, check the women you pop, man. I've had that. I've popped some bitches, and then go through like a whole 2 days of like fucking depression. It's like, what the fuck is going on, bro? And I know, you kind of feel it, because you're in the flesh, man. You're enjoying the box, and it's like that moment, and it's like, should I stop? And you continue, you keep going, and you finish, or whatever, and you go home fucking fucked up, man. Feel it in your chest and shit, you know. So, no, it's true, the apostle said it years ago. When you fuck these hoes, man, go in the spirit. For real, man. If you got a woman, then cool. Like, you know that's your woman, innit? Whatever. But if you're gonna, like, see someone else and stuff, go in the spirit. You could just go and try to have some fun, and then you go home with demons on you, man. Then you gotta go and pray and fast away. You know? I mean, come on, sex, man. That's trading the spirits, man. Like, you know? I'll finish that, man.
Well, Ephesians 6 or...
Yeah, Ephesians 6 and then go back to...
Right, this is Ephesians 6:10. "Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armour of the Most High God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil."
And this is speaking spiritually, man. We got to put on the armour of the Most High, man.
"For we wrestle not against flesh and blood."
As I said, you can't chain the demon up. You can't do some carnal activity to try and counter the spiritual activity. It's not going to work. You have to fight in the realm of the fight. Now the scripture says that we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So right there we know that we're fighting. Yes, we are fighting, but the fight is not carnal. The fight is spiritual. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. You know. So all them dudes that want to get carnal and shit, all right then, you're in a different arena. We're not even bothered about you, man. Because you're in a different arena than where the fight is at. That's like if you call a cab here or Uber and you want the cab to take you somewhere. If the cab takes you to the wrong location, you're gonna get pissed. Because I didn't tell you to take me here. Your job is to take me where I want to go, and I pay you for that. So if you start taking me to some other alternative destination, I ain't fucking paying you, man. You know, it's the same thing. The destination has already been set. The course of action has already been set by the Heavenly Father, which is one of spirituality. So if you're coming on a carnal pathway, well then you're not even going head to head there. Because you're in a completely different, your destination is different to that of the Holy Spirit. So the fight is spiritual, man. So when it talks about the armor, these are spiritual things. It's going to continue to explain it.
It says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
That's demons, man. That's entities. That's what we're wrestling against. That's also speaking of the elite banking families, because they talk to spirits. They show you that in these movies, man. Them top people, because they ain't gonna put it all out there. They're gonna put it in code. But these top people out there, they'll be getting around in a circle.
Yeah, the pentagram.
You know, and saying certain things in these languages. You know, and then spirits appear. You remember, was it last year? Was it early last year or the end of the previous year before that? I can't remember. But you had them Northern Kingdom girls that ended up in hospital.
Oh, the schoolgirls.
Yeah, they started fucking with Ouija boards, man. Remember that?
They all got mashed up.
You know, oh, this letter goes here. And then certain things start happening to them. Now, of course, the authorities, they're not spiritual.
Yeah.
So they'll go and try and medicate them in hospital. That's not a hospital matter, man.
Yeah.
That's a spiritual matter.
Yep.
But that shows you fuck with the wrong side, certain things start happening, man. Go on.
Wherefore, Ephesians 6 and 13, wherefore take unto you the whole armour of the Most High God. So like that, because I said in the previous verse, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, rulers of the darkness of this world. There's a hierarchy of demons, right? So a good example of that is like if you look at the structure of a business organization, you might see it looks kind of like a family tree where you've got the employees, then you might have a general manager, then an area manager, then a regional manager. You can apply that to the spiritual world too, because demons have a hierarchy of power in their structure. So you might have low-level demons, high-level demons, then you might have a demon that's over a whole particular area. So that's why you've got certain areas where there are particular sins that take place in that area regularly. Like, you know, places like Soho, you know, there's certain demons that rule over that area, and there's a certain spirit that goes in particular areas. So when you can, as I'm trying to say, you can imagine that the principalities having a hierarchy because there's levels to demons. That's the point I'm making. So reading on, verse 12. For you wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, against principalities, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armour of God, that you may be able to withstand in that evil day, having done all to stand.
Yeah, so you got to take on the armor of the Most High. If you come in this truth, the scripture says that to some we are, they call that
Save of life unto life.
life, to others, save them death to death. You know what I'm saying? Go back to after that. You know where it is, then you got your phone on you.
I just had it pop up the screen because the range of it was very high. Second Corinthians 2 and 16. And what did you want me to hold?
The one you had before.
Ephesians 6. Actually, read from 2 Corinthians 2 and verse 15. Yeah, 15 to 15.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 2 verse 15. For we are unto the Most High a sweet savour of Hamashiach in them that are saved and in them that perish. To the one we are the savour of death unto death, and to the other the savour of life unto life.
Yeah, so to some we're the save of death unto death. Meaning that Israelites will hear this word and then it's not going to resonate with them, or in some cases it so-called does resonate with them. And after a period of time, they get offended and fall out. You know, or we could have someone that they just don't get it from the beginning. You know, what you say bugs them out further. I always give the example, Ariel will remember. I know how, we called him Mr. Egghead. Remember, he used to come to the camp, Egghead, man. Egghead used to, just the name we got for him. But he came to the camp as a Christian, right? And when we finished dealing with him, he went off down the pathway of Islam. And then he came back again and got cut through trying to fight Islam. Then he went back to SDA Christian. Then he went back to Islam again.
Double-minded man.
And then I think he was playing ping pong between Christianity and Islam. But he always made the change after a week of him coming up and getting fucked up by us in the scriptures. So to him, we were the savior of death to death. He's just taken two pathways of death, man, because the word messed him up. And I think the final time we saw him, the final time we saw him, he went back to being a Christian. But then he had another page out there with these Islamic dudes in South London, and then they took him back again, and the final time I saw him, he was a Muslim again. But then, even when he was taking the Shahada, the man that was doing it with him looks like this guy ain't serious. Give it a couple of months, he'll be back in the church again. But the reason he was getting fucked up spiritually is because the word was what? The savior of death to death, man. He heard about this, and then I know someone, an ex-teacher that I had, man. All right, Jew, that dude. He said he read the whole Bible, and the Bible led him to Islam.
Wow.
See, so when he read the Bible was the savior of death to death for him. Because why? Essentially, he wasn't chosen.
Yeah.
So you come across the Bible, it's not the good book. Now it can go either way.
Yeah.
It can end up being the bad book for you. Because to some, you are the savior of death to death. Read that again.
2 Corinthians 2 verse 16, to the one we are the savior of death unto death, and to the other the savior of life unto life.
So for us, Lord willing, it stays that way. The book has been what? The savior of life to life. We found this, and we found through the true purpose and meaning of living, man, which is to serve the Lord, Lord willing, unto our salvation, man. Okay. So going back to Ephesians about how we wrestle is serious, man, because the spirituality of this, it means it can go one of either ways for you. It can go positively, or it can go negatively, man. So that's why, as much as possible, we have to stay prayed up in the spirit of the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai, whilst we wrestle in the spiritual arena.
And to the point before I read this, that's a good point, because really the majority of people have already lost that fight. A lot of these people, you might see them smiling and looking happy, but they're overcome with all the demons have already overcome them. It's like last man standing. We're the last ones fighting this spiritual fight. Like, you sent me the clip of that celebrity yesterday talking shit about wearing women's clothes. I noticed he had his shades on. And a lot of these celebrities have shades on because they can't look you in the eye. The spirits have already overcome them. They've done all kind of mad shit, and they're already it's like the demons have got them in a spiritual headlock. They can't get out. So we're kind of like the last men standing, so to speak, in terms of resisting the demons of this world.
And you sent me a clip, right? That particular celebrity, I know firsthand, he ain't accepted on the block now, man. For years, he ain't been accepted. I'll call his name, I don't give a fuck. Skepta. I'm from that area. He ain't Meridian Way, all them, man. Them guys, they ain't accepting that shit. Because you get famous and now all of a sudden, I always like pink. Oh yeah. Now he's wearing female fitting clothing, and he had the shades on. Yeah. The woman asked him the question, he started ducking and diving. Like,
he couldn't even stand straight, yeah.
Because he knows what he's done.
It's like you can almost hear the demons in his mind saying, yeah, he done this, he done that, and he's like, all his fucking excuses.
Not that, really and truly, I don't want to get too much, road politics or anything, but the streets ain't accepting that whole family. The whole family sold out. Yeah, Julie, yeah, Jamie. These are people that I know personally. The people ain't fucking with them no more, man. Alright, because they're messing up, man. They're selling out for them deals. Yeah, now they're moving to like Primrose Hill and them sides. Yeah, and the hood ain't accepting that no more, man. You got niggas wearing dresses, with women women, men wearing women's blouse, yeah, doing all kind of things. He, you know, Skepta really started going downhill when he made that video All Over the House. If you remember that All Over the House music shoot, people started questioning him from there. They had to take that shit down.
What was the, so like I never saw, what was the,
It's all manner of sexual perversions in that.
right,
Filth, you know. Ooh, I'm not too sure about him anymore. And then that's when he got worse, man.
suspect?
And not just him, it goes for all of them. A lot of these dudes do these things, man. They will sell out. Music industry, man. You know, who is it as well? We're gonna get back to the scriptures, but this is a part of the rest of it. You can get a deal slid to you across the table, you know, and that's up to you to reject it or to take it. These niggas be taking it. Who else took it? Krypton Conan. He was it Conan. He gave the unholy testimony. He gave an unholy testimony of how there was a new deal, right? That they wanted, some label wanted him and Crep to take, right? And he's on the phone to the manager, and the manager, you know how these jakes are, they think they're all cool, yeah, blood, yeah, fam,
Yeah.
like, if you sign it, yeah, it's like a 5-year contract, and, you know, and then he said that he was with Conan, and the phone was on loudspeaker, and they were kind of like hesitating to sign the deal and agree to sign it at a later date. And then he said his manager, his voice changed. Sign the deal! Sign the deal! Sign the deal! And then he said he dropped the phone because he's like, what the fuck? Like, then he goes, bro, your voice changed. And then the guy goes, the demon jumped off the guy, and he goes, what are you talking about?
Wow.
What are you talking about? My voice never changed. But for that split 10 seconds,
It came through.
the demon jumped on the manager, and his voice changed. Sign the deal! And then he goes, I ended up signing it. So them niggas sold out, man. And then they'll be on there talking about Allahu Akbar and yeah, I turned to Islam. That's what Jake do. They all turn to fucking Islam. But really and truly, they know to get that fame, they sold out. So that's the wrestling. And them man failed. Why? Because they weren't wrestling with the correct armor.
Exactly.
This is why the scriptures tell us the armor, man. I've been on that for the last couple of days. There's the right pathway. Because if you're not on the right pathway, let's just put it straight. What fucking pathway are you on? What pathway are you on? If you're not on the pathway of the Holy Scriptures, according to thus saith Yahweh Shem El Shai, what fucking pathway are you walking down?
The road to perdition.
I've got a precept here.
Go on.
Ecclesiasticus 2 verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Yeah, you got that other group. I can't remember their name right now. Was it the IUIC like parody? They broke off from IUI. Is it them lot? I can't remember. Oh shit. Them, I think, yeah, they definitely broke off from IUIC. I just can't remember the name of their group. Their group, man. The black and gold guys.
Yeah.
No. That's the ICPK. They go back, man.
One body in your whole
One
shot.
body in Yahweh Shai, yeah. One body in Yahweh Shai, right? Was it them that said the other week, yeah, we sold out from these camps? So he tried to make it like, oh, we sold out. As in like, I sold out to do my own thing. We sold out from these camps. Now, we can't say for a fact, yeah, he went and signed a deal somewhere. But for the fact he's trying to play off that, you know, Jake, man, they'll be telling you the truth in jest.
Yeah.
Like, he probably saying, yeah, we did sell out then. Alright? We know of other groups that sold out. Okay? My son, if you come to serve the Lord, set thy heart aright and constantly endure, man.
Yeah.
Because, see, people are going to offer you alternatives along the way.
Where you are still sold out to Satan. Now they're walking around with fucking shades indoors or walking around with sunglasses at night time because their souls are so defiled that they can't look anybody in the eye anymore.
They don't put Satan behind them in the name of the Lord. How would I say, get thee behind
Behind
me?
you, yeah.
A lot of people have Satan in front of them. And they just, that's all they see. That's why we're not concerned with the things of the world. Let's get that scripture where it speaks about the Son of Man has not come for the whole, but the main, yeah, let's get that. And this is the beauty and the importance of learning of your Yahweh Shai. You know? If you don't learn of your Yahweh Shai, then shit goes wrong for you, man. You know? We read the washing of the word, immediate comforts of the flesh, those things get catered to by Satan. Man. You know,
This is Mark.
but then when them immediate comforts you get them, then Satan turns on you, then them comforts become liabilities. You know, and you don't find satisfaction in the comforts that you had because the way you got them was through wickedness. That's why you got celebrities offering themselves. They had like 5 cars, 2 homes, you know, can go on holiday 5 times a year. They can do what the hell they want to do, but they still find themselves depressed
Yeah.
and in therapy sessions. Why? Because the way they got them things was through a backhand way, a left-hand source, man.
Before Caleb get this, can I get this,
Yeah,
brother?
go on.
2 Corinthians 4 verse 18. While we look not at the things which are seen, but
Yeah.
at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal.
Yeah, the things which are seen are temporal, man. Meaning that we're spiritually minded. Yeah, things that are seen, people see immediate fame, glory, possessions. You know, well, if you want this kind of woman, you gotta do that. You gotta do this. You gotta Valentine's Day.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Bullshit. You know, you gotta drive this particular car. You gotta walk like that. Those are the immediate things of the flesh, man. But we mind the things of the spirit, the things that can't be seen, man. The things that can't be seen are more powerful than the things that can be seen. You know? Go on, Hub.
But the things which are not seen are eternal.
Yeah, the things which are not seen are eternal. Okay? You know? That's why the scriptures speak about thou art a power which hidest thyself. Yeah? The things that are in the shadows, the things that can't be seen, man, that's where it's really at, man. You know? You finish on that, Hub?
Yes, you finish, brother.
Right, so this is what you called for. Bear me, Mark 2, let me read from verse 16 into 17. And when the scribes and the Pharisees saw him eating with the publicans and sinners, they said unto his disciples, How is it that he eateth and drinketh with publicans and sinners? When Yahweh heard it, he saith unto them, They that are whole have no need of the physician, but they that are sick. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance.
So that's what Yahweh was doing. He came not to call the righteous, but sinners unto repentance. Because you can say, see that whole staying away from sin and claiming, you can kind of get up your own street and think you're better than people. No, it's about the light shining in the darkness. And let's get that. Somebody else get that when it speaks about can the candle be put under a bushel, right? Because Yahweh, he came to chill around people like that, man. He came to be around sinners, right? Because he was the light of influence. See, if you're not influential, then don't start going around people that do alternative things. But then it's a power struggle. It's either you conform to them or they conform to what you're doing, man. You've got to be the trendsetter wherever you go. You know? Let's just say you around a bunch of niggas, yeah? And like, for whatever reason, you're just about your big family, and them man are smoking and that, or whatever the case may be, and then, you're bunning the zoot, yeah? And then he'll try to pass it off to you for a twos and that. And like, yeah, you want something? If you ain't the influence, and you stretch out, you're like,
Yeah, you're being influenced.
and then you take that, you're being influenced rather than being the influence.
Yeah.
So Yahweh, when he was around these people, he wasn't being influenced. He met them on their level, but he was being the influence.
Exactly.
That's the difference, man. So yeah, we can hang around all types of people and that, but it's about what's your contribution? You know, are you giving or are you receiving? If you're receiving of them, then you ain't on no level to be around them kind of people, man.
Yep.
That's why you have to be established in the faith, because you could be around family, but what happens when the chip comes now? You're going to be the influence or the influenced, you know? Yeah, I got it, yeah. I remember when it was C19 time, you know, you're working up in them hospitals and that, there was this one demon, man. Some fucking a Somalian chick, yeah? And she just comes up to me, they had demons in there. That's why I don't like hospitals, man. You had this one Somalian chick, she had the iPad, and I was coming in for my lunch break through the main entrance. She just stops me. Yeah, I can see you're a member of staff. Yeah. She's talking like that. Yeah. So can I take your name down? What, tomorrow, 3:45? Yeah. You get your one tomorrow. Yeah. And I said, no. You know, I'm not gonna do it. And then she goes, but you're a member of staff. You gotta set the example. Just do it. Yeah. some tall ass Somalian chick, man. You know? I was looking at her like, no. And you know when they start following you?
Yeah.
I'm going back to where I'm at. We're at the, you know, the part of the hospital I work in.
You're trying to walk lockstep.
And she starts walking with me with an iPad, the big ass iPad. Yeah, yeah. I've got a slot tomorrow, 3:45, yeah? Yeah? I was like, what the fuck? But that's the influence. Because
Exactly.
guess what? I was coming back from lunch break with a person that hadn't taken it either. But then because of her, yeah, he put his name down.
Damn.
He's a Filipino Jake.
Damn.
But he put his name down and he got it.
Oh,
and I
damn.
didn't. So what if the influence there was like, oh, well, you know, Will's getting it. And this chick saying I should get it. So what, fuck it, I'll get it there. Nah, man. We're in a world where you have to be the influence and not the influenced. And I'm stressing that point because when chip time comes, what the hell do you think they're gonna do? Well, you ain't got a chip, yeah? You're gonna get started looking like a second-class citizen.
Yeah.
You know, well, you ain't done that yet. Oh.
If I may add to your point, that's like in, you know, you're watching a film, right, and two people get out of a car or something, and the bullet flies and the person next to the protagonist catches the bullet and dies.
Yeah.
That guy you were walking with, he caught a bullet, man, in the form of that woman trying to persuade him to take a shot. Literally, take the shot, he took the shot.
You took the shot. Let's finish one. You had.
You call for one now, sorry. This is John 3. Actually, it's not what you called for, but this is a good one. John.
You got another one.
Right. This is John chapter 3, starting at verse 19, a few verses. And this is the condemnation that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil.
Yeah, and this is condemnation that light is coming to the world. The light is what? Yahweh Shai. He said that, I am the light of the world, man. And that's their condemnation. People got pissed at that, man. They got pissed at the fact that Yahweh Shai came around and they started getting cut by his presence. That's why you got demons act up with brothers. You know, even up until today, man. They watching your patterns and stuff.
Yeah.
They know when you come around, they know where you stand. You know, you're not even bothering them, but then they just gotta come and make an issue with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because light, we're carrying that same light of Yahweh Shai now. Then this is condemnation that light is coming to the world. People think you're always getting on them and you're not. You know what I mean? Like, you know, rebuke happens in this truth. You get cut, you know, wherever you may have to rebuke someone, whatever the case may be, hold rebuke yourself. Imagine that in the world. They'll die, man. They can't handle that kind of. You just being you is a rebuke to them.
Exactly. You're
You're very present. It's
That's
a rebuke.
Yeah.
My demon told me that years ago. She goes, I just feel like you're getting on me.
Yeah.
I just came home. Like what? What? I just feel like, and then they start exposing themselves. I feel like you're upset because I didn't do this and what? I ain't even said anything. Just come in the house and what? Yeah, because you carry a vibration of no fucking around.
That's a good point.
You know? And I'm not saying you don't chill out and play. Yeah, man, you get silly with your woman and stuff, but when you're just being you, without catering to the stuff that a woman needs, you being you is a cut.
Yeah.
You know, and then they get near the period, the emotions go up, they just start bursting into tears.
Yeah.
You go home, you know, no! It's like, shit, you don't like me no more?
Yeah.
You know? But they feel like that because it's a spirit. It's the spirit of the Lord on you. Because these women, they're the spirit of the world. Yeah? So you come home and you're clashing. You know, especially even when it's near the start of the relationship, you're clashing. Because you come home with a righteous spirit, man. You know, a lot of these women, you know, when you first start dealing with them, they don't like it when you come home from camp.
Yep,
You go camp and then you come home
Been
from
there.
camp. You could go work and they have an issue. But when you come home from camp, they got issues, man. Because you're coming with you're with the brethren. We're two or three.
Gathered in my name.
There I am in the midst also. So really, you come home from camp, you was just in the presence of Yahweh Shai.
Exactly.
And you come home to the woman, and they say, and then they start nitpicking, yeah, but you said you'd be going for 3 hours. It's been 6.
No, it's been 3 hours and 5 minutes. The nitpicking.
God.
I was just like, to add to what you're saying, I've had a similar thing with guys I knew in the world and stuff. The more I got into the truth, a lot of them will turn around and say, oh, it's just hard to be around you, man. Even family members, oh, it's just hard to be around you. Well, what's changed? The fact of the matter is that, as you say, you start to take on that zero tolerance to bullshit kind of vibration, and people in the world, they can't rock with that, so they depart from it.
Well, the scripture says that we know that thou art an austere man. Yeah. Now again, does that mean Yahweh Shai had a 24/7 screw face shouting at people? No. The Lord chilled out, the Lord made jokes, but it's all about balance. A false balance is an abomination to the Lord. But overall, if you had to like put them, you know, the Lord's character and sum it up, is he a joker or is he a serious guy? They're going to say, no, he's austere.
But remember the scripture says, am I not about my Father's business?
Yeah.
Right? It's a serious thing, you know what I mean?
The truth changes you. Man.
Yeah.
Like, look at yourself, like, if you could go back to like old videos, you know, brother's been in all kind of different times, but if you look at old videos, you look like more of a simp.
Yes, you do.
On the camera, man.
Yeah.
You see the fresh fit. Now again, I ain't saying that because like we were seasoned up. Nah, man, we're still young in the faith, but still,
You look wet by the ears.
you can see the difference, man. Of like shit, man. You know, you scroll up, you know, to like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I look different, yeah, because there's a change happening, physically and spiritually, man. Go on,
Quick one, Ecclesiastes 8:1. Who is as the wise man, and who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine,
Beautiful
and
scripture.
the boldness of his face
Beautiful
shall be changed.
scripture.
Yeah, you have people like that. You have people
Beautiful.
like that in the world, man. They'll be looking at you, especially when brothers are together, man. You know, it happens when you're by yourself, but more so when you're together. Like, I was with one of the brothers in the shop, what, a day ago, 2 days ago, yeah? And we walked in the shop, and the guy just looking like he seemed like somebody handing him £1 million. Dude was just so happy to see you, man. Wow. But then guess what? It can either go that way, or it can go where the fear of God is instilled in you. Sometimes you'll be walking down the street, and people looking at you like they're seeing a ghost.
Yeah.
You know? And then you think, what the fuck, like, is there something on my face? You know, they're trying to notify me or something. What it really is that energy of wisdom, man. Lord willing, we stay in the truth. Wisdom, read it again, man. Wisdom maketh, you know.
Ecclesiastes 8:1. Who is as the wise man, and who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine, and the boldness of his face shall be changed.
Yeah, you see? Because, you know, like when a guy puts on a suit or a dinner jacket, yeah, or something, you scrub up well. Formal, you know, you look good and all of that. But then you've got us, the men of the Lord, you know, sometimes I put on a shirt, you know, fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But even in your daily life, you wearing like a normal regular coat and stuff, yeah, people be looking at you like you're all done up. Because you spoke about it, we carry ourselves in a particular way. You wash, you know, you comb out your hair, you oil your skin. We use good products, man.
Yeah.
You know, you may use coconut oil, you may use certain oils, you know, brothers make creams and oils. Even brothers, women make creams and oils, man. You know, you perfume yourself, you smell good, you look presentable, even in your regular clothing.
And you feel better.
And you feel better. And then on top of that, the spirituality of wisdom attached to you. That's why people looking at you like,
Because you're up to them, man.
you're at the bus stop. You know, I was telling a couple brothers the other week, man, you're at a bus stop and people just want to stand like that.
Yeah.
Like, that's not normal, bro. Like, come on, man. Wasn't it just C19 the other day?
Yeah.
Social distancing. All of a sudden, you go bus stop here, you're on your phone waiting for the bus, and a man just standing.
Yeah.
What you doing, bro? That's spiritual, man. That's spiritual, bro, because their spirit is drawn to you, you know? So you can't get upset all the time. Because that's like Yahweh Shai getting upset 24. The scripture says that. The crowd thronged him.
Yeah.
So if somebody comes in a shop or the bus stop and he's like, it's the spirit of the Lord, man. You know, read that again, no Allah, and then get something else.
Yeah,
a few more precepts and then we go, you know, go and read that, bro.
Ecclesiastes 8:1.
And the facial expression is always just blank.
Yeah.
Like,
And it's like some Hamite or some
what
shit.
you doing, bro? But they're just enthralled by you, man. God, man.
Ecclesiastes 8:1. Who is as the wise man, and who knoweth the interpretation of a thing?
The interpretation of a thing. What did the scripture say? The Lord, the Most High, revealeth his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. So the interpretation of the thing, you know, we talk about things, and the most important thing is found in this book. The most important things, rather, are found in this book. So who knows the interpretation of the thing? The prophets, man. Go on.
A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine.
Which you acquire through spiritual growth and being in this truth. You grow in wisdom. That wisdom does what?
Maketh his face to shine.
Yeah, so the wisdom makes it, I mean, it changes your whole countenance. It changes your vibration. You know, it changes the way you see things, man. You know? Okay, you become a more holistic person, even in your personal life. You know, you could be like very self-centered. You know, it's all about you and stuff. But if you're really in the truth, it's going to force you to see things from other people's perspective.
That's right.
Appreciate things from other people's perspective. Now, they may be wrong, or you may be able to add to it. But the fact that you can see other people's perspective is growth. You know, no, it's my way, yeah?
Or the highway.
Yeah? No, you're wrong. No, hear people out. You know how much stuff you can learn from people just by hearing them out?
Exactly.
They ain't even in the truth. This could be like an old woman at the bus stop. It could be a family member. Because the Spirit of the Lord can jump on anyone. Don't just think, because I'm in the truth now, yeah? I've got 2 years down, yeah? Yeah? Nobody can tell me nothing. Nah, man, the Lord will have like a 2-year-old cutting.
Yeah,
I keep
true.
saying it.
True. Yeah,
All it takes is you do some bullshit, yeah? And a toddler will say, Uncle, why did you do that? And why did you do that from a toddler is enough to make you question your life. Because the Spirit of the Lord jumped on them. Balaam and Balak, the Lord used heathens to show Israelites stuff. The Lord can use anyone and anything, man. You know, I speak to myself first and foremost, all of us here, everyone watching. Don't think, oh, well, I'm in the truth now. You can't tell me nothing. That Benjamin spirit, no, man.
Nope.
You can learn from anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's simple, man.
Always talk about that.
Just a quick one to wrap up your point. Through various stages of my life, sometimes I have my hair braided. And I remember there was a time when I was 19 and I had my hair braided, and usually it would just be like, you know, around ear length or whatever. But on this occasion it had gone down a little bit low. It wasn't at my shoulders, it was just like a little bit lower, not even that far, nowhere near like, you know, long hair. But it was a little bit more than it should have been. I was going to college and there was a woman walking with a little toddler, and the toddler goes, "Mummy, is that a boy or a girl?" And I felt cut. This is before the truth. I felt cut, and you know the first thing I did when I got home, I said, "Mum, cut my braids shorter, man." Because the very fact that the child had to ask the question, "Is that a boy or a girl?" That's enough to know. Look, your hair's too long.
The Apostle Paul spoke about that, man. With the long hair.
Shame for a man to have long hair.
See, so that's the Spirit, and the Spirit jumped on the little toddler. Yeah.
Sluck it, bro.
That's cool, bro. Cool. But yeah, the Spirit jumped on that toddler to say that to the parent, and also loud enough for you to hear.
Yeah.
And I was cut, you know. And what can you do? Shut up, man. Nah, bro, you gotta take it. Yeah. You can't, you know what I mean? It can come from anyone, man. I got a precept here as well.
This is John 3, because I was reading it before. It says, "For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. But he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deed might be manifest, and that they are wrought in the Most High God." May I say something like that? Because this is the thing, like, I've said this before, the Bible is like a magnet with two polarities. It can either reject, or it can repel, or it can compel, like attract or reject. Basically, to the scriptures, we're attracted like a moth to a flame. Because we love this light, we love this truth. Even though we get cut in the spirit when we come to it, because we all come to this truth as heathens, and there's things that we have to put in the past, like maybe you're committing adultery, maybe you was eating pork, but you have to put them things aside. But that comes from reproof, the reproof of learning of these scriptures. But people that don't want to be reproved, they hate this light, so they'll be like, "Nah, I ain't messing with that Bible," because they don't want to be reproved. They love their sins, they love the demons that are on them, and they won't want to come to the light of the truth.
I've got a precept.
You brothers, come on for this soon. Come.
Yeah, I've got a precept, yeah? back up what you're both saying. Psalms chapters 8 and verse 2 says, out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength, because of thine enemies, thou that mightest still the enemy and the avenger.
Yeah, because the babe and suckling, that, I mean, you think of it like a toddler, but we're considered the babe and sucklings. Out of the mouth of babe and suckling, you know, put the prayers, you know, because the point is, from the people you think have no authority to say something, comes something of substance out of their mouth. You know? And you can oftentimes get that being around children. That's why when the children came to your house shy, the 12 got ahead of themselves. Right?
Suffer them.
Yeah, no, you just a little kid, get out of here, man.
Got the credentials.
You know, like Benjamin would say, you know, you mustn't talk when grown people, you know, do them kind of stuff, man. You know, keep out our grown people business and all that kind of stuff. But then guess what? You can have a child that comes in the mix, yeah, and changes the environment. So Yahweh Shai used that as a learning point. He said, no. Suffer the little children to come unto me. But you know, children, they're excited about your vibration. That's another thing. And it's sad you have to be careful to say something like this. But that shows you why this world is fucked up. But children are a joy to be around. Now, you can't say that in this world. The next thing you know, well, we've got the DBS, and what does it mean by that?
Yeah.
We're not saying it in a perverse way, man. Somebody pull that. Children are inheritance from the Lord, and get it out of the scriptures. But then, children, they lighten the mood, they, you know, put things into perspective, living in life, man. But then you had the children coming up to Yahweh Shai, right? And, you know, sitting him on his lap, blessing him and all of that. He said, for such are the kingdom of heaven, man. And that's why we have to be like little children, man. Wherever the parent goes, the child follows. It's the same thing. You know, they that follow the Lamb with us wherever he goeth. So we have to be very childlike in this truth, because one thing about adults in later years, they get set in their ways with pride. You know, they're just too old to learn certain concepts again. Now, I do have men of the Lord that come in later years in physical life. Yeah, it's possible. Many brothers came in when they were, you know, past their 30s, past their 40s, whatever the case may be. But for the most part, you're going to come in when you're young, because you're still moldable, man. You know? So a child such as the kingdom of heaven, children are moldable. You can, now don't do this or do that. You know, well done, or you could have done better here. That's how we are spiritually learning, man. Now, that's why we read it in Ecclesiastes. You start changing. But when you start changing, it's because you're being molded, man. Somebody got that?
If you could just pull it up. I've got it in.
Go on.
Psalms 127 verse 3 says, lo, children are an inheritance of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward.
Yeah, so children are inheritance, man, meaning that having children is meant to be joyous, man. Now, you can't fully enjoy your children, you know, in this world, because it's just fucked up. You know, but brothers have children, and that's a blessing from Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. You know, you have you know, the pregnancy thing, it's scary, but it's beautiful. You know, she has the baby, you know, it's a joy in that. That's inheritance from the Lord, man. You know, but again, Yahweh Shai capitalized on that situation and said, suffer them to come unto me, because such is the kingdom. So we're children, man. We're very, you have to have a childlike faith in this truth. And people get it all mixed up. They get the armbands on, they have some muscles, they can talk loud, and you know, they think it's all about being macho. No. Those who make it to the kingdom are those who have a childlike faith.
Got another one.
You know? Because when you get older, you're more experienced. See, experience can go against you in some cases, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm experienced, so no.
Overconfident.
Yeah, no, because due to my previous experience and circumstances, yeah, I'm not doing that. That could be the downfall. You said the beginning of pride, as you say in the scriptures. But a childlike faith is, well, if mommy and daddy believes in me, then I'm going to do it. Well, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai believes in his elect. How about that? Yeah, we believe in the Lord, but also the Lord believes in his elect. That they can do it. But why? Because he's programmed them to do it. It's precept. So if that's the case, we have to have a childlike faith. And there's beauty in that. There's a beauty in a childlike faith, man. Go on,
This is Matthew 21 talking about
And then get to the Philippine forefront.
experience, how it can go against you as well. 21 and 40 says, and the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. And when the chief priests and the scribes saw the wonderful thing that he did, and the children crying in the temple and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, thou wert so displeased.
Yeah,
Thou wert so displeased.
Again, because the children, they were following on from their believing parents. You see, when the Lord, and that's another account, but when the Lord came, we mentioned it earlier, when he came into the city and they threw on their garments and the palms and was screaming, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest, right? That, and even again here, Hosanna, in the church, they'll make that sound like it's another word for hallelujah, praise God, praise, no. Hosanna, Hawashinawa, means save us.
Which is in the Lord's Prayer.
Okay? So when they were saying save us in that joyous spirit, save us, they're ascribing strength and power to the Lord. So the wicked scribes and Pharisees, they were like, what? Like, so what, these people are screaming to him like he's the savior? But then the children came doing the same thing. Again, you have to be very careful how you say things, and it's sad you have to preface it in this world. But another thing that brings joy is children's laughter. When you hear a child laughing, and it's in you know, like,
You may be young and you hear what the man's saying.
that's not, I heard the overall good point. That's beautiful. Benjamites do that a lot, man. Judas wrote about Benjamites, man. You know, they shut down the joy of children. You see, a lot of the reason why, yeah, and this is getting, I don't want to get too, that's a whole nother topic. We'll be too long for that. But a lot of the reason, as well as the curses, but the curses, they're not just you're cursed. How it plays out on the earth, there's reasons why certain curses come to pass. A lot of the reason why Jake stab and shoot each other is because they were shut down at home. They don't know how to communicate. The first people that you communicate and was it primary caregiver was the mum, and the secondary caregiver would be the dad and the rest of the family and that. A lot of Jake went through neglect at home.
Yes.
Anytime they wanted to show their parents something, nah, we ain't got time for that.
Yes.
Nah, you know, it's
Well,
like,
even asking simple questions.
Yeah.
Why is this like this?
yeah.
You tell it to experience.
Bro, son, I have this one auntie here. I don't like her, man. To be honest, man, she just shut shit down. And you know what showed you it was a demon, yeah? Is because that auntie, I have a lot of cousins, right? I come from a kind of big family, but there's a lot of us that's like born in the same time, yeah. And she's the auntie that figures herself the one that is like the kid-friendly auntie. She always wants to take children here and there, but she's the most miserable with kids. So it's like, why the fuck do you want to be the auntie to be taking children here, there, and everywhere, but you're miserable around the children? You know? I remember one time, oh man, that was wicked, bro. I remember one time, yeah, I got family up in you know, Manchester. I got family all over the country, but some of them are in Manchester, yeah. And my older cousin, she just got a house, and the house had a jacuzzi in it, yeah. So then my auntie goes, yeah, so if we get to we got the train there. If we get to Manchester in time, you know, I've spoken to the older cousin, yeah. I even spoke to that cousin the other day. She ran here, that we started laughing. She's like, I'll let you each have a turn in the jacuzzi. This is my auntie saying this, yeah. And she's taking us from London up there, right? So we get there now, and there's little like 5, 6-year-olds all excited to go in this jacuzzi, right? And then you know what she did? She got my older cousin to run the jacuzzi, put the bubbles in it, bring us into the bathroom where the jacuzzi was. You're not going in it. Why did you do that, bro?
Yeah, man.
And there's little children.
They want to see the bubbles.
Yeah, you're all pissed off because it's like, what's the point? You showed us this dream from London. If we get to Manchester, you're gonna let cousin so and so run the jacuzzi, and we can get in it as little kiddos. Yeah. She ran the fucking jacuzzi, made us go in the bathroom. Yeah, you're not going in it. No.
It's like a mini swimming pool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And kids love swimming pools.
That's just wicked, like. We weren't misbehaving. We didn't do anything wrong. But she made the cousin run the bath, run the jacuzzi, just so we could get excited to say, no, you're not going in it. Tell me that's not wicked.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
That's why the scriptures speak about being not tyrants to your children. You can't be a tyrant. You know what I mean, bro? You gotta discipline them and stuff, but like, what are you doing, man? You know? It's crazy, man. And then it's funny because that particular auntie, yeah, she called me this week actually. You don't come and see me. Ah. And I'm like, yeah, auntie, I'll come see you soon. But she gotta figure out why. Why don't I come and see you, man? Why don't I come and see you? Because you're just a menace, bruv. Like, why are you doing that for, man? You're not going in it, nah. You know, Benjamites, nah.
It's like cooking someone a plate of dinner, right? And you put it in front of her like, you're not eating that.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point?
Your mouth is watering.
Yeah, bro, yeah. And let's read a few more, man.
Anybody got anything?
Go for Philippians.
Yeah, read that, yeah. Back on the topic, man.
This is Philippians chapter 4, verse 13.
See how
what I told him.
oh, that's the spirit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told him, yeah.
But that shows you that the spirit of Yahweh Shai, yeah, it wasn't like a rejecting spirit, man. That's why, like, even people come to the camp, man. We've learned, you know, when you first come in, you kind of get a bit excited. Fuck off! nah, man. The woman came up. You say hello, how you doing?
Hello, innit?
Yeah, have a nice day. You gonna be mean to people for no reason. You know what I mean, bro? Man, just come to the camp. You're an Edomite. Yeah. She could be a Jake. You don't know that. No. And even if she was an Edomite, man, you cut them tactfully. Yeah. That the spirit of Yahweh Shai is not that. You know what I mean? That domineering. Just I'm just here to bully you. The camp ain't an opportunity to take out your weekly frustrations on people.
Yeah, like
Beat the brotherhood or people in the public, man. You know what I mean? A lot of people use the camp as a punching bag.
yeah.
You know, brothers become a punching bag. The members of the public become punching bags. The camp ain't for that, man. It's to push the word of the Lord. And yes, if you got to interact with people, then fucking interact with them. How should I interact with people? Okay?
If possible, live at peace with
All
all
men.
men.
Go on.
Philippians 4, verse 13. I can do all things through Hamashiach, Yahushua, which strengtheneth me.
Yeah, I can do all things, man. Because you was talking about it earlier about when the demons come and like they come into your head and say you can't do that, and then you know thoughts of doubt and stuff. Nah, man, the scripture says we can do all things. I can do all things through. Read it again.
Philippians 4, verse 13.
Get that one, say it.
I can do all
We are more than
things
conquerors.
through Hamashiach, Yahushua, which strengtheneth me.
Yeah, see, there's some points to consider there. All right. Again, the pathway. I can do all things in Allah, right? Not even though it says it in the English. No, I can do all things through Christ, Jesus, you know, Buddha, or New Age manifestation. I can do it because I can do it. I can do all things through Yahweh Shai and Mashiach.
He didn't say some, he says all.
That's the next point. And you just took the words out of my mouth. The water. Not, it's first of who's in, then it's the quantity. Not some things. No, I can do all things, man. And we should be confident in that. And brother, be confident, man. The word confident means with faith.
Yep.
I mean,
The Most High hates the unfaithful.
yeah,
That's effeminate.
you know. The scriptures speak about that. Let not the incredulity of them trouble. Let's pull that. Is that in Ezra somewhere? Yeah, you can get that. Just read that. Because that word incredulity, and if we're going to finish on this, then we'll get that. I want this first.
2nd Esdras 15 and verse 3. Fear not the imaginations against thee, let not the incredulity of them that trouble thee.
Yeah, because what we're doing is against the odds. This whole ministry is against the odds, man. You know, starting from the Edomites on down, the banking elite, man. Nah, they ain't gonna do it now. You got your own people, you know, you got family members. You guys know who I'm talking about by now. You still into that? Yeah? Well, you still doing that? You know, everyone is against you because they think you're gonna fail. They think the path you're on is one that has no fruit at the end of it. There's no reward at the end of it, you know? So it says, read it again.
2nd Esdras 15 and 3. Fear not the imaginations against thee, let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against
Yeah,
thee.
let not the incredulity. Credit means a belief or faith. Yeah? That's why if your credit's high in the banking system, they'll give you a loan. Because according to their metrics, they have faith that you'll pay it back.
But if you have low credit, it means that they have low faith. That's the bank's faith in you. They have low faith in you that if they were to give you a loan, your ass couldn't pay it back because you're financially irresponsible or you just don't have enough money to pay it back. So they won't loan it to you. So if the banks use faith, which is credit, right? The word credit goes back to the word faith or belief. So the incredulity is the disbelief. Those without faith, the Lord will have people surrounded around you that don't have faith. You may have family members that's of another faith system. You know, well, I believe in Allah. Well, I believe in Jesus the Christ. Well, I'm into Rastafarianism. So good luck to you in that, the Hebrew thing. But I'm into this. They'll start mocking you. Or what? Where it's you said the Lord's coming back. Look, see, it's been 5 years now. Ha. That's the incredulity. Let not the incredulity of them trouble you, man. So you're gonna have people and voices in your mind all the time. Don't let it trouble you. As they say, let it be as water of a duck's back. Yeah? The duck is in the pond and all day long. You think it's worrying about it's natural for water to go down its back. So as water is natural to go off a duck's back, you know, criticism, scoffing, you know, disbelief from all external sources has to be natural to us. But the scripture says, don't let it trouble you, man.
Reason. One more verse, verse 4. For all the unfaithful shall die in their unfaithfulness.
Yeah, so the script is going to flip, man. All your shit talking and scoffing that Ariane mentioned, the scoffers went down. But then, they're still there. You know, they've gone down in quantity because of the C19. Oh shit, maybe they do have a point. But they're still there, man.
They still hate watching on the video,
you know, tapping away in the net and that. But guess what? The scripture says that all the ungodly are going to die in their unfaithfulness, man. So you continue on that path of scoffing and taking the piss, what awaits you? Death. And the scripture says the same shall know it. Death by pain, man. So it's gonna get fucked out here for you. You got something, man.
Yeah, you call for this.
But I want to finish on this and then we'll close it. Well,
Philippians 4 verse 13 again.
Yeah.
I can do all things through Hamashiach Yahushua, which strengtheneth me. Notwithstanding, ye have the well done, that ye did communicate with my affliction.
Yeah, so I can do all things, man. So, you know, we're heading into, well, I keep saying that, you got to change that. That's not about heading. We're in some serious times. And we're going to go deeper into them serious times. We got to pray to the Lord, man, that, you know, He keeps His Holy Spirit upon us. And that we remember that we can do all things. Remember, brothers, we're in a world that puts Jake down in every way, shape, and form. Everything's red, everything's a stop sign, everything's limitations. The psychology of fucking leaving your house and going shop is being told no over and over again. You know, overcoming obstacles. So we have to righteously wash our brains through the washing of the word. You know, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way, right? By following these scriptures, man. Saying these things over and over and over again. I can do all things through Yahushua, man. Got that?
And as spiritual, you said that, beloved brother, because what Esau did, right? He fought the affliction. Yeah. And it's everything, I just say, the stop signs, this red, that, this, everything. The food we eat, what we drink, everything has, the Esau has his hand in it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they have a lot to pay for.
He's gone overboard.
Overboard, that's the word, overboard.
They forwarded the affliction.
They forwarded it, that's it.
This is Romans 8, starting at verse 36. As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors. Romans 8:36. As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long.
Yeah, for thy sake, man. We're killed all the day long. You know, we may be, you know, biologically alive and that. You go to bed, you wake up by the mercy of the Lord. But we're killed, man. We're just in a situation of death, man. You know, the food you eat is shit. Yeah, the water you drink is shit. The water you bathe in is shit. Right? You know, mention the foods. You know, the circumstances you got to go through. It's just constantly being told no. You know, I'm sorry. You know, you eat them, they'll package it nicely.
Yeah.
You know, unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, this has been cut. You know, you can't. You know,
I'm afraid.
No.
I'm afraid.
They do the first.
Yeah.
The build-up. Yeah, you can't forget that part. I'm afraid. Everything's I'm afraid. Yeah. You know, bro. It's negativity out here, man. So we're killed all the day long, man. Go on.
We are killed all the day long, and we are counted as sheep for the slaughter.
Yeah, because what the hell can you do against? You can't go. That's why we got to wait upon the Lord. You know, Esau tells you something. You can't say no. He's the one in power right now.
Yeah.
So you got to go along with his bullshit. He comes and tells you, I'm afraid. You got to go along with that, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And whatever follows.
And what does that put in you? That puts fear in
Fear
you.
in you. So we're led as sheep to the slaughter, man. Meaning that without the return of Yahweh Shai, we're helpless, man. God, that's the importance of the Lord coming back, man. So all you dickhead Israelites out there talking about, well, we can make it through the law. Well then why the fuck haven't you done it already then? It shows you that you keeping the law can't change the circumstance. Only Yahweh Shai can change our circumstance, man. Okay? We are killed all the day long, bro.
It's like it's a quick point, because that I'm afraid thing, when they say like you go into the bank and you want to do some shit and they're like, I'll move your account, you know, you can't do this, I'm afraid. When they say I'm afraid, that puts that shaky spirit on you, so you're like, you know, you can't do anything because now you're fucked up.
It's crippling, man.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. That's really like a spell being put on you.
Yeah.
I'm afraid, you know. And then they'll be tapping, they'll be hovering over the keyboard.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in a meeting with them, I'm afraid.
And I'm sighing, you know.
And if you go home, you're walking out the room, you know. Even at work, man. I was telling a brother the other day, bruv, in the job, she told me that my perfume is threatening to her.
What?
Yeah, she said the way I smell my cologne is threatened. She feels threatened. Yeah, because you come in a manly smell, in a manly spirit, just yay is yay and nay is nay, and that's offensive to them. Because the vibration, the culture they create in the workplace is uncertainty.
Yeah.
Can I go for my lunch break?
Yeah.
Because they're putting the I'm afraid spirit on you. So when you're not operating the I'm afraid spirit, then you're now all of a sudden you're a threat. You're aggressive. Fuck out of here. Read, bro.
It says, nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us.
So we're conquerors, man. Alright, we've overcome. Yahweh Shai said that. The final scripture, be of good cheer, for I've overcome the world. So we're not in that scared spirit, man. Now does the flesh sometimes get a bit jittery and weak? Yeah, that's the flesh. Even Yahweh Shai's flesh got jittery and weak in his hour of temptation. So will we feel like that? Most likely. But the reason why we're going out here week after week, drilling it in our minds, is that despite the flesh, we're able to say like our Lord, but let thy will be done. We're not going to give in to the flesh, Lord willing. But we're going to do what the Spirit requires. You got that?
Yeah.
Go on.
John chapter 16 verse 33. These things I have spoken unto you, that you might have peace in the world. You shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world.
So Yahweh Shai has overcome the world. So we're not afraid, we're not scared, we're not sad. We're of good cheer. The scripture says, lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. So our heads are lifted and we're in good spirits because Yahweh Shai has overcome. Right?
And to add to that, brother, as the scripture says, it says that the servant is not greater than his master. So if Yahweh Shai said that the things that he went through, right, and the things that we're going through, that's why he says it's called a light affliction. The things that he's been through, right, and telling us, if I've overcome that, which you'll never go through,
you can overcome.
Right, you can overcome it. So that's powerful, man. You know, Rockefeller Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
That's a good point, man. Yeah, man. You know, be of good cheer, have overcome the world, man. So, Esau, you tried and you failed. You know, we gonna keep pushing up. Is that we finished on that, ain't it?
Yeah, that's
man. Hey, so Shalom, man. Lord willing, we catch you next week, man. Hey, Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom. Shalom.